小僧、もっと近くへ来い。
未来神の術、未来神二の段
螺旋丸影分身の術、
カトン豪華球の術。千鳥。
それが俺の人道だ。
雷鳴と共に散れ。
しっかり見ててください。
俺は畑かかしって名前だ。
が俺の人道だ。
雷鳴と共に散れ。
しっかり見ててください。
俺は畑かかしって名前だ。
小僧、もっと近くへ来い。
未来神の術、未来神2の段。
螺旋丸影分身の術。
カトン高架級の術。
俺の人道だ。
雷鳴と共に散れ。
しっかり見ててください。
俺は畑かかしって名前だ。
カトン豪華級の術。ドトン導流壁。
多重影分身の術。
飛来神の術。しらり。
螺旋丸。
カトン豪華級の術。ドトン導流壁。
多重影分身の術。
飛来神の術。しらり。
螺旋丸。
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to week 2 of the PUBG Mobile Challengers League. My name's Contra, and of course, as always, I'm with my dear partner here, Tash Bunny. Welcome to the show. How are you feeling for week 2 of the action?
I'm super excited to see week number 2. I think from what we've seen last week, we're still seeing that same teams be up at the very top. We're starting to see consistencies. I was hoping for an upset, at least for week 1, especially since we have some newer names coming into this wildcard league. But at the same time, I think that these top tier teams, there is a reason why they've been at the top for quite some time. And perhaps this week will be the week where we see the newer underdog teams rise to the top. After all, all. They've had their reps in, they've had their time to shine. They have a bit of time in between week 1 and week 2 to really figure out what went wrong and if they need to change it up in terms of their strats or rotations.
That's right. And of course, moving to week 2, they will have some of all the points being resetted, so they could feel free to garner more and more of these opportunities and make those adjustments like you said. And of course, recapping back on week 1 on what went down, Hive International really show up really strong, although it was a really tight race between them as well as Yangon Galacticos. We'll see whether if that's going to be the case. And if you guys are brand new to the PUBG Mobile Challengers League, welcome on board as we are still here for week 2's action, as we will start off today with 4 of the teams playing. I do believe that one of the groups are going to be taking a break for the moment, so of course this is going to be of utmost importance for them to claw their way into the finals. So there's only these 5 days for them to take all action, and of course there's plenty of prizes on the line.
Yeah, we're not going to be seeing Group A, I believe, but regardless, before we get more into that, excuse me, this is the league stage after all, where we do have prize pools for the placements as well, and we have a separate prize pool for the grand final. So there is a lot of motivation for these teams to be performing this entire week.
That's right, and of course, for those who will be able to get themselves into the top 16, that's where they will get a whole lot on the line, because there's potentially 3 slots for the teams here in the PMCL to also hit into the PMGO SEA. So, of course, that will be all eyes focusing on gathering just about enough points to qualify through the grand finals. And, of course, till then, we'll find out who will be the very best from the region.
Yeah, I think when we talk about the very best, it's still not going to be, I would say, challenged quite yet. We're still seeing the same suspects at the very, very top. And speaking of suspects at the very, very top, this is the groupings for today. Now, Group A will not be playing today, so NGGZ, VKS, Elevate, and Goodfellas will not be around. I think it's a sigh of relief for the lobby as well, knowing that NGGZ, they performed so well last week. I believe that their team was the best performing team of week 1, and on top of that as well, Red from NGGZ was the best performing player, and for good reason. Big high impact player, so having them out of the lobby should shake things up, I think, especially when it comes to teams going in for those early fights, especially when it comes to teams going for rotations. They don't really have to worry too much about getting, I would say, hunted down or getting diffed in these fights, so there is a little bit more chance. But as much as I want to say there's a little bit more chance, we also see our top 3 teams. We still have Yango Galacticos that's still playing. I believe between them as well as NGGZ wasn't too big of a point disparity, about 4 points only. And HYV, like you mentioned, also a team that has really put up a fight in the previous week. So I think the lobby should be on a lookout for these 2 as well.
Yeah, it definitely will be super exciting. But as per usual, we'll kick things off with our Rondo run. So this is where they are looking to accumulate maximum points, farm up on some of all these elims before heading into the triple threat of Erangel that will be played out. And of course, ending the night with double Miramar, as we have seen. A lot of the teams will have to really claw in anything possible towards the later stages of the evening. But overall, I think what we've seen back in week 1, NGGZ, like you said, they've been absolutely phenomenal. But what's also amazing is that we've got a lot of brand new stuff happening in game, because this time around, PUBG Mobile is collaborating with Spider-Man, as it will be on cinemas in these coming weeks. So make sure you guys check it out as fast as you can, because with this brand new movie coming out and also this collab, stay tuned for a lot of cool stuff in the game as well.
Yeah, it's super exciting if you were to see everything. Spider-Man's looking really good. Also, a bit of a spoiler, I did manage to watch it a little bit early, and I have to say that you guys are really, really gonna enjoy this one. Speaking of enjoying as well, Naruto Shippuden is also collabing with PUBG Mobile. There's a lot of collabs happening right now with PUBG Mobile, and we all know it's always from the best IPs possible. Now, the Naruto PUBG Mobile X Naruto collaboration is live right now, bringing a new gameplay mode for everyone who's ever dreamed of becoming a ninja. So you have ninjutsu, Ninetales encounters, iconic locations from the series as well in the game. So it's always very fun for you to go and explore. We've had so many previous exploration collabs before, and this should also be just as banger.
That's right. I'm definitely looking forward for this one because the Scarlet Red Ferrari are joining us here in PUBG Mobile. A legacy of elegance, a standard of performance, prepare to witness automotive excellence as Ferrari joins PUBG Mobile in version 4.5 that is coming in July. So I believe it's already here. So make sure you guys update the game and check it all out. So like I said, a lot of amazing collabs, but also we're here for what's about to happen throughout week 2. We're nearing to the finals, so we got to talk about our predictions moving into the entire course of the day. So I think we have definitely nodded heads and said, yeah, YG, they're definitely gonna have a really great run this evening.
Yeah, now I think YG had a good run. I think they're a very conservative team that plays more toward a balance of those placement points and kills as well. So there is that to worry about this particular team. One thing's for sure when it comes to history though, you get Yango Galacticos out early or at least force them into these fights. You don't allow them to survive more than a 2. You should be able to really clip their wings. As for me, for MSI, I don't think we have seen what they have to offer yet in week 1. I think there's still so much time for them to really show us what they're made of. Regardless, this week is a brand new week. This is going to be Rondo.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to be an absolute banger at that as well. So looking at some of the things I've predicted as well, what was interesting through what happened back in the previous week is that some of the teams, they're looking for high fragging rounds, and this is the best place to do so as we kick off round 1 here in week 2 of the PUBG Mobile Challengers League.
Okay, this is gonna be super exciting. Coming into today as well. I think when it comes to kills, right? NGGZ had about 150. Yango Galacticos had 149 and 144 coming in from HYV. I think that if even without NGGZ in the server, you still have to also watch out for these two teams as well, which is because I feel like these two teams are also just as bloodthirsty. If anything, you want to counter this, you either go for a very, very conservative style play and only striking, like say Yango Galacticos, they have like I think a certain timing when they get a bit more active, or you could just start early and start annihilating everyone. And GGZ is also a team that does that alongside I believe 214 before, at least in the previous seasons.
Yeah, it definitely is interesting when we go into, a map like this where you could just have a lot of all these teams really activate very early on. But based on, what we saw in the past couple seasons, Yangon Galacticos, they don't really fall prey into trying to farm out early where they're more fixated on making sure they have a good mid game. They have a great end game as well as we start off here. TO in shambles with the takedown coming in from the members of Observation Esports as Julin is absolutely in havoc right now with multiple teams in the sector.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that are already kind of going around here as well. Look how aggressive everyone is going. Multi-kills happening from all around the area where TEO is suddenly falling apart, with OV somehow getting that upper hand. They have 3 eliminations already so early, leaving only Master Ichi alive. And for good reason. There's always a good reason why Master Ichi is alive, can still bring them a little bit more forward. He's had a history of being able to really survive all the way till the end, playing all the way at the very edges of that circle. Oh, spoke too soon, eliminated too early by SNK. It just feels like a situation where you get away from the lion and you run to the bear.
Yeah, it definitely is unfortunate for some of them that have a poor start, but overall, at least there's a recall tower that can bring them back. Meanwhile, firing a hole towards the side of 7 Sky. Not really finding anything just yet as BKE. They're feeling a little bit more conservative as they do have a member disconnected, but YG having SayCloud to open their account, taking down Crazy Aang. And there's still only a member left from the side of Golden Cross, and that is going to be seeked out from the side of Small. Looking for an opportunity here, but doesn't seem like he will be able to do too much up against Small as he's trying to bait him out. There we go. Out he goes, but he's not going to be able to find a connection just yet. A jump shot will find its way through as YG claims another point.
We're coming in for Yangon Galacticos. Just really, really amp up the ante when it comes to this aggression. And for a good reason, you do have this early advantage of being able to bring your teammates back into the game. It's just a matter of trying not to die as much as you can and being able to farm the enemy team before they're able to farm you. Quick swing out and a quick shot to the face here as Peng. Nasty work coming from this player.
Just loving the way that they've been rolling all out, and CSU so far making a mark here with Pang still holding out. There is going to be an infiltration coming from Seven Sky, but that is dealt with so quickly. But there's backup arriving. Great return fire coming in from High, as he will be able to at least back 1 point back. And that's a total of 4 already. So Seven Sky, they're not going to lose all too much out of that battle, but there's still YG around the vicinity that they will have to take care of.
One really wants to move right now. And as for Sky, Rebel is just barely alive. Can go to just bait him out, gets that reset. It's perfect. But you can always tell for Young Galacticos, patience is the name of the game. They don't really strike unless they have the information and the angles to be able to do so. That Molly just to move someone away from that window. But we move over to OV still, who hasn't moved quite yet from this area. Making a lot of noise. Rare nearly gets clipped there from those sprays. Making sure to keep his head down. But Clay Jr. has already been knocked out. But they're doing a great job of just holding down the fort. Sorry, Contra.
Oh, no worries. Don't mind me right there. I just felt like OV, they're in such a predicament where they don't really have much of a cover for them to run around the map. And this is where they're getting pinched as well. Hive, they're closing in from the mini-map. And I do believe even Team ABC will have troubles as Hive International, they're holding the high ground and they're looking for a charge.
Kids just trying to make sure he is able to get that revive quickly, but ABC dotting their I's, crossing their T's, making sure that they don't leave anything to chance, and also securing that point. So important to do so. Granted at how close the points and placements have been, every point matters. One elimination, I think, separates 2 teams right now in the top 3, if I'm mistaken. So you want to be able to just really pull ahead. There's a lot on the line, especially in terms of MVP of the week, FMVP. You also have best performing team as well, and you really want to go that. But the recall comes through from both Sky and OV. Slippery as heck. And if you want to be able to just really stop a team from being able to farm, you want to be able to stop them from getting over to those revival towers. You want to be able to just knock them out as a team. Yes, farming teams is priority, but what better way to stop other teams from getting more points than to fully just knock them out and let them watch the entire game with 0 points?
Yeah, that's true enough. And we already see like this whole meta of having one member camping out at the recall tower is the best plan possible, where if you were to fumble in a matchup up against a Titan, then you could just bring them back to life. So 2-1-4, they get themselves a little bit more of that wiggle space, taking out one member of the side of Terror Esports. And it seemed like a little bit of a commotion as they do have a little bit of trading being done. While Hive adds one more to the tally, there is going to be Mix holding out. TO, they try to aggress, but this doesn't seem like a good angle for him to take that fight. As we go back towards Hive versus ABC, great swing from inside of Pretzel, catches one, and now it's going to be a full throttle attack into the compounds, where it's only going to be one member left for them to hold out. ABC not able to get the revives done. This is going to be a dire situation, and they're already in the blue.
But Rare is holding a very proactive angle here, a position where he's going to be able to reposition. Now, his teammate does go down, gives him a bit of a top-up in terms of supplies as well. Could just buy a bit more time, try to isolate these fights, jumps down, perfectly done. But you know that for Hive, they're a type of team that has a lot of layers in their hold, so aware that they are in a position that they could be shot from above. So what do? You put yourself in a buddy system where you're able to trade off one another and bring your teammate back into the game. And I'm going back to TO just now. I'm very happy that they chose to move away from the situation. It just felt like they were getting farmed left, right, and center. Yes, they get to recall, but they're giving so many teams so many points. At this point, you gotta just really say, hey, we cannot hold on to this compound. It's too competitive right now. Let's just find another place to hold and move together with the circle later on. Reposition's also, I would say, a strat, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Like, when we take a look at the entire board right now, it really felt like it's going to be a full refresh where every team just got every member back on track. But the problem right now is that once you use that recall, you cannot falter once again. So this is where risk gets involved for those that have faltered early on. As Time Esports, they're going in for a little bit of a challenge. I don't think they have really fully spotted the rest of Hive International just yet, so it is unwise for them to really just go head on into the corners of Yulin. So You can see they're absolutely mindful as we have a little bit of an update of the zone. Wow, look at the spread. Ramon is all the way in Wuhan while the rest of them are in Tulin. So I think he doesn't really require himself to park there for so long. He could basically move into the zone as it goes further down south. We do have Team ABC on the southern end, so they will be unchallenged. A good spot for them to hold for that late game. Meanwhile, BKE, VIX Esports, they got to really make haze to get in the zone. Meanwhile, Pretzel goes in for the takedown. Easy and clean. That's the 8th point for Hive International.
And they're doing well. This compound near Yunlin is just such, I say, a very highly contested area as well. Now, since the zone shifted, it also gives them the opportunity to catch these rotators late into that circle. Time will be the next one to join in on that death toll. And it just feels that all these kills and eliminations are just falling into Hive's laps for free.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. I feel like what really changed for Hive International is that their execution is looking so much cleaner than it was before. And to me, this is the reason why they are the top dogs of the tournament so far. Now we do get another revive coming in as Time Esports, they go in for that recall. Meanwhile, big swing in the compound. We see one member drop from the side of Observation. Great work by you as he's hanging by a thread though. So Observation Esports, they're looking for that opportunity to strike him down while he's low. And the rest of HYB, they are absolutely isolated.
Yeah, OV looking to hunt in that final member. Knows exactly where he is. Perfect nade to take down Leo. But you still have to worry about one more member. Going in for the hunt. Don't know where exactly you is. Gonna jump out the window. Tries to go for isolated. Finds it. Gets the perfect spray through the window. A jump shot. And OV, you cannot be doing this. You cannot be giving him these free picks. These isolated fights. Another nade, which nearly takes Leo down. And Clay Jr. cannot find an opportunity to break into the compound end area here. You gonna steal away that final pickoff. Genji will find it in the end. OV, 16th place, 6 eliminations there. What the heck happened?
My goodness, that was an absolute outplay. Hive International absolutely baited them into a trap, and that outplay 1 versus 2 was the nail in the coffin for the side of Observation Esports. Despite that, I think like Observation Esports had a strong start to at least garner 6 points. They don't walk out empty-handed at the very least, but the fight continues as Hive International. They heard all that ruckus. They want in. Though this is coming from a long angle, this is not too easy for Hive to go in to penetrate that compound for the moment. So Pretzel will pull back for the time being as he tries to find the rest of the angles alongside with his teammates. Well, Ramon's still making his journey in while it is the entire BKE on the outskirts. Cloud's doing exactly the same. Romeo and the rest of YG, they're on a safe haven on the outskirts as this hard shift is going to lead a lot of teams from the south to be in the big scramble.
Yeah, this is where things gonna get really, really loud on the southern side here. Also, a terrain you have to go through. I feel like the team, I'm not too sure who exactly is there. I believe it's Seven Sky at the very top of the compound there that's able to just really watch out and be the gatekeepers for any low ground or southern side rotators. And for Hive, well, you're gonna be running into 2-4. The predicted team that I said we haven't really seen too much of on week number 1. And I believe that now with 5 eliminations already, they're looking really good. They weren't too flashy or loud in that early round, but now they showed their hand, making full advantage of any of these hard shift rotators.
Yeah, they really got to start on early because of some of all the losses that they had back in week 1. But over here at camp right beneath the bridge, ABC is looking to farm out. They do manage to pin 1, not quite enough just yet, but this hole allows them to garner even more up against SNK. So ABC, they're not going to move all too far off because there's still much more work to do to take out Meow Meow. He's thinking about making a U-turn, so this is definitely a wiser choice. But the question is, where exactly does he go from here on out as Rare looking to go in for the long pot shots? That spray down did manage to do a little bit of damage, but it is still going to be absolutely safe for the rest of those members to get back onto a different terrain. So SNK, only 3 points for now, but they do have the leverage of being inside the zone. But the problem is they're near water, so very likely the next zone will be in coverage. Meanwhile, jump shot coming in. that's going to be an easy task for Time Esports.
Time had a very slow start. I think they had lost their members, I think once or twice already. And now, them giving away or taking away space from the other teams, just catching anyone in that mid rotation from that southern side is good. After all, this terraneous area gives them a lot of cover, a lot of space if anyone were to come through. And I think most importantly, there are, I think, about 3 to 4 teams that are looking to rotate over as well. They can just hold on to this area, wait for any rotates, and then fully go into the zone later on. But they have to be wary that there is a body of water if they do want to go to the middle side. And speaking of fights here, toward Longshan, there are a lot of teams trying to rotate over. BKE forced to the very edge of the circle since Yango Galacticos is holding off that zone. And you know they love playing these angles and corners, taking advantage of anyone that doesn't really have that space. But once that blue zone hits and the desperation comes through, my worry is that they get completely rushed, and I hope that Yango Galacticos is ready for that.
Yeah, I really do hope so too, because they will definitely receive plenty of attention because it is kind of like a one-way pass, and now they have to play gatekeepers, and if they really want to move into some safe location, they could better do it quick. And that split space is being occupied by MSI, which KE is looking to also butt into the direct center. So we might see that altercation going on while Hashi goes in for another pickoff. And this is Master Ichi now with a couple of grenades, but they will get their hands busy with the rest of CSD just passing by. Thankfully, they were quick enough to survive the brunt. Only one member goes through, while Champ will be taken down. Same goes to Peng as he started off strong, but this is where he goes limping. Unknown going for another opportunity. Not quite finding it this time around. Yatka going for the chase. But Ting, he is having a vehicle being smoked up that the Sia is going to blow up at any given moment. How long can he go on for as he's looking for the water treatment, and he will arrive safely on time?
This hard shifts is just making it so hard for so many teams to even rotate. But somehow, some teams are taking full advantage of this. Tio, excuse me. We were talking about how they were just really hanging around that terrain near Hongshan. And in that kill feed, they've gotten a few kills already as people or teams are just desperately trying to just pass by, since they are going to be the team that just stands in between either that terrain and also that body of water. But SNK has been playing very well. They have had 3 eliminations already, with Delta being the final member alive. In these situations, you cannot afford to not get those pickoffs if you do commit. If a fight's gonna happen, you have to play these very, I would say, you cannot be playing these one and done angles. You need to be able to put yourself in a corner where you're able to strafe away, put your head down if there is a situation where you are going to get isolated and just pushed in from 2v1s. Regardless, I think we saw one player from Seven Sky get knocked to smithereens. Delta barely alive already, and in this situation, what are you gonna do here? Since Yu is chasing, that Nate comes through. Does it clip? No! Yes! Barely! At the very, very edge of that blast zone. Unfortunate, and they will be out.
Yeah, just by the edge of it, that was phenomenal coming from the side of Yu, as he has been pretty much a playmaker for his team for the longest time. But here comes 2-1-4. They find a beautiful catch up against those members of Time Too Quick as well. Well, Time Esports in the brand new season. Well, YG getting up close and personal with its grenade toss, while the rest of them look for an infiltration. But Vix, they falter one after another. So great cleanup coming in from the side of Sage Cloud, as he's gonna get 4 points together alongside with Smile, bringing it up to 9 points at the moment. So far, they have been unshaken. There's nothing that could basically stir them from this nest for the moment. So Marcus is just going to play it slow and steadily. So long as he does not get sniffed out, perhaps there's still an opportunity for them to squeeze points. Because when you take a look at the leaderboard right now, everyone's hungry for points. And especially in the middle sector, we're taking a look at an average of 4 points being garnered so far. So every drop of points absolutely matter on that position.
Galacticos, we talked about how they were very ready for any pushes and holds. We're now already on outside here. Huge work coming from them. It almost feels like breathing the way they're just moving together as a team. The swing as well from the inside of the compound, with Bernard jumping out and see Cloud on the inside. It's 3 angles and it's going to be impossible to avoid. So Vix, I have to say that it was a very, very impossible situation they were put into, especially since the circle not only had hard shifted to the north side, and now it has finally stabilized and centrified. There is that area in that middle side there, the, what do you call that word in English? the industrial area.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that area. We see like 2, 3 teams there in the inside, as 3 more are just hanging out on the outer side. A majority of other teams just moving around, just waiting for that circle to shift inward as well. Now, this is interesting since that southern side there, you do have a glimpse for Yago Galacticos and BKE that had been zoned out of the zone. But speaking of teams that are still trying to find a space, HYB, I'm not sure how Genji is able to survive this long, but my guy is doing his darnest to drag his team to that finishing line.
Yeah, we've blown up the seal. He's got to crawl his way through, and I could say the same about Dale because the better situation for Time Esports is that they can basically sniff out Hype's position at any given moment. So the onus is not exactly on them, but for the side of Hype instead. But they are keeping their close eyes onto 214, who's still parked all the way up on the hillside. Hades eventually will have to take a leap. Well, he's got a vehicle. He's not too concerned. And 214, they should be good to go. But the question is, how do they get directly into the center zone? That's the big question because you've talked about that industrial area. It's most often than not, it's being occupied by teams. So ABC will be on the lookout when that happens. Whereas everyone's taking safe measures for the moment because this is a very tricky terrain to play around. Genji, he might be able to hear those footsteps though. So we'll keep an eye out for what happens there. But as we go into the direct center of the zone, Bill, he finally spots out the final member of Hype, takes him out. That brings them to 5 points. Meanwhile, CSD, they're getting 1 more on the block as well, adding more to her side of CSU, bringing to 4.
Dale did show his hand just being able to shoot. You heard some teams just shoot at him, but he's done a great job of keeping his head low since everyone is just so preoccupied with the number of teams that are in that industrial area. You have 214 there, you have CU as well, CSU, excuse me, you have KE there as well. Ting, gonna move away here, aware of the presence of the other team forward. You don't really want to mess with a team like 214 that's just so diligent with their holds and plays. Hao Xuan knocked down already. And this situation, they're going in for that hunt. You want to try and get that kill confirmed. But you also have to be aware of the majority of bodies currently inside of the area. You're going to go for a pickup onto Migs as well. As of right now, they're looking very comfortable. They don't really have to move around since a lot of teams here don't really want to challenge their position. The only 2 teams inside of the compound, 3, if you add ABC as well, aren't really full and healthy teams either.
Yeah, and I was thinking about situations where if this shifts over onto the east side, this will be so problematic for the entire bunch. You take a look at potentially 6 to 7 teams by that area, and now they got to make their exit. Good news for maybe a few notable names like MSI. They don't exactly have to move all too much, whereas Terra Esports exiting out that terrain is going to be pretty difficult, especially with 2 members planted over onto that corner. For the other 2 that's over on the south side is going to be an easy rotation for them as Chengshu Dragons left with only Ting. He's been in this location being uncontested, but the problem is where does he go on from here on out? This is going to be Dale, adding 1 more to the tally, taking out ABC. But it has been such a strong start for ABC to back a total of 9 points. And we still have even more chase going on, coming in from Hive International, hitting that perfect tenor to match it to Yangon Galacticos. Tang going in for a spray down, finding some damage onto Unknown, but he's stopping for nothing though, as we see a breakdown happening as we have BKE versus Hive International.
BKE had just been really quiet that early game, didn't go for these unnecessary fights, but now in a situation where they really want to be able to up the ante, probably not really at the best position when it comes to points. You want to be able to just farm it up here, only with 1 point in the bag. Ranger here, but quickly traded out by his teammate. You cannot tunnel vision out there in the open without any information of where the other members of Hive are. Silly mistake, but cost them dearly as Yangon Galacticos also decides to join in on the fray. They've heard that Hive had been knocked down, a few pickoffs here and there, not in the strongest of situations, but at the same time, taking a bit too much time, which gives Hive the I think, space and window to go in for that reset. Everyone fairly healthy here. Smile trying his best to just steal away the crosshairs and give a little bit of space for his teammates to be able to come through here. A bit of a later rotation with Smile being that front line at the tip of a spear. If you ask me, some nades hoping it will clip onto some of. There's a knock, and you know they are going to completely collapse, but not aware that range is gonna come through from the other side. He's so good on these flanks.
Yeah, that was pixel perfect though, and it's great timing. And now there is opportunities for them to just make a run over onto the other side. As YG, they do know for the fact that that zone eventually comes to a close. So YG, they pull 2 members back, but they still plant another 2 in the form of Romeo as well as Mernad, just to hold out for the time being. But it is going to allow opportunities like this one from Momboy to pin them down. A huge collateral damage being done upon those members of YG. And just like that, loses to the hands of Hive, who's now trailing in the front, and the entire YG crumbles right before their eyes.
They had a bit of space earlier and decided to go a little bit more active, and that is something that I would say they were biting off a little bit more than they could chew. Now, TO just now, we said that they had a very, very bad start, but they're the ones that's outliving a majority of the teams that had actually hard hit them early. It's a great call for them to go for that retreat and just come in a little bit more later. They've been hanging out this area for quite some time, moving together with that zone from that terraneous zone, and now they're here. Don't have to worry too much about their backsides because the only things they have to worry about are in the front. In this situation, since that circle should shift a little bit more forward, they could wait for the initial rotations to come through. Hopefully, some teams' backs are a little bit open. They could potentially opt to, I would say, kind of like go in for these later sprays. But at the same time, for MSI, this is a very interesting predicament. Just now at stage 4, they had 0 points. They waited for these teams to come to them, and they've managed to pick off 2. Very, very quiet, prioritizing positions. And I think that they are going to get active a little bit more later, especially toward that last circle.
Yeah, they do spot out the entirety of Hive International, though, as they pin down Momboy. He is opting to think about a rescue plan up against, well, his own member, while he is gonna quickly get tapped out. Perfect headshot coming in from Master Ichi, and I thought that was coming from FV, but it was the other angle covered by Terror Esports instead that finds the pin down. FV haven't really found those golden opportunity because in this compound itself, it is limited angles that they could basically work with. Meanwhile, Yatka is being sent to finish off the job up against those members of Hive. And going back to that massive fight between Hive as well as YG, I felt like it was just unfortunate timings from YG that resulted in their obliteration in that sense. And that's going to be 6 points in for the side of time, at least a good top 6 finish for them, to say the very least. So right now, I want to see if MSI could do more, but Master Agent is, well, Master Alliance, excuse me, has been spotted out, so he's just going to find a little bit of cover by the corner of the wall. It is a game of chess between these 3 at the moment.
Stage 7 is a little bit more slow than I expected, since a lot of teams are just really trying to play these angles, holds as well. A majority of teams toward that western side of the map, and I think that Hive, they have a lot of space. They have the wide open area, full control of this terrain as well. So the majority of teams are just really fighting for their lives, trying to get into that circle. And because they're playing toward that industrial area, the biggest problem right now is that it's so hard to clear angles. It's so hard to really figure out where exactly is clear without getting shot in the back. And Hive is just not afraid to make their presence known. Look how close they are to the other teams. They really, really are hungry for these kills compared to like the other teams that just looking just survive. Now for TEO, they are gonna find a final member of 214, but I have to say this is a great look from 214 already. They had 10 points, or was it 11 before they get knocked down here at 5th.
Yeah, and loving how it looks like here in the top 4, where we got big double digits coming from Hive, Terra Esports, and of course MSI. They were bound for success with their perfect position from the get-go, but the question is, can they convert those numbers though? They still have 3 members left, which matches them in the form of firepower, but that is just Lion getting spotted up by Ichi. Well, he's taking care of the imposters for sure, while Pretzel on the outskirts also vying for that opportunity to look for some steal of points. Pretzel's in between those emergency covers. He might get a little bit of elevation here. It might be something that he could do up against those members of MSI, but it is Terror that will be the absolute threat as they are prowling forward for the meantime. Evie keeping himself safe. Kim, last stand, and that is going to be a Molotov clipping over the back. Is it going to be enough? No, that's not going to be the case, though, as he quickly goes in for the first aid.
Yeah, but they're running out of supplies. They didn't really move around the map. They haven't been able to really top out any of their supplies at all. They've just been stuck here. I think if anything, they got like, what, 2 kills? And that was all than that toward, I think, the mid-round here. As GC looks to, I would say, steal away and wrestle away this compound for their hands. And for good reason. The circle is shifting after all. And MSI eventually will have to leave. And Kim comes through. A quick swing forward. Hasn't been able to spot out the members yet, but definitely heard all of those footsteps. And decides to go for a more passive approach. A hold. Hoping for MSI to go in for that hunt. And they are. They just haven't been able to really sniff out where exactly he is. Has a right idea though. Should be able to run to him in the end. Did not think about checking behind the stairs. But the blue
This
zone
could
shift.
either be a massive play coming in from him, or it's just form of desperation just for cover as he gets his footstep heard by the rest of the squad. MSI though, they are running out of space, but Kim, what's he gonna do? He could not find the angle to even jump off. He will just bleed off dry by the blue zone. While here comes the top 3. We still have some on the outskirts as TEO looks to secure those last drop points up against MSI. 1 member left on the top side, but I don't think there's much more wiggle room left for the side of the Misfits as they try to hold on. This is just going to be a waiting game as Hive is looking to clear house for them to secure themselves the first chicken dinner of the week.
Yeah, you could really tell that getting second place in the previous week was just something they don't really want here. Now the rush through is thorough, as Hive is just so clean with how they take these fights, angles and corners. A chicken dinner to their name, a massive amount of eliminations as well. This team is starting the week on a high.
And it's just simply lovely to see Hive on top once again, and they have never lost touch nor momentum despite what really went on back in week 1, and they definitely have shown everyone that they are still the team to beat moving into this week despite NGZ. They're taking a break for today, but every opportunity matters here as Hive. They have shown us that they can overpower titans like the Yangon Galacticos, titans like MSI, and here they are in round 1, topping the board as we'll accumulate all the points to break down what went on here in game 1.
It's always very fun to see them play. I think for them, it was total domination from beginning to end. A bit more quiet in these early phases of the first stage, and for good reason. They're probably moving around the map, looking for vehicles, looking for supplies, and then they move around the area. You can start to see them come through, coming in from Yunlin, moving around. Whatever team they met, they will challenge and take these fights. It wasn't toward the last 2 circles that they were setting themselves up for success. It was more about positioning and catching teams in the mid-rotation here. And I think, if anything, Pretzel had great pickoffs in that round, not only catching stragglers, but also rotators. Then you have Rangers that's just really good at being able to go in for these lurks and flanks as the rest of the team are just able to steal away the attention. So there, I would say that the fall of Yangon Galacticos was due to that.
A stellar start for Hive International as they claim the top spot with 18 elimination points here in Rondo. And of course, we're also not forgetting the rest of the pack as well, with Terra Esports outlasting the rest of the party to try to duke out with Hive International. But that was a 1 versus 3 that we see the rest of Terra Esports gets overwhelmed despite dropping out slightly earlier somewhere in the middle pack. YG, they've got the numbers to book out with 13 elimination points, whereas 214, they made it work out, especially through the early game haul, as well as the mid game. That was super impressive to see them clinch a total of points enough for a top 4 finish.
Yeah, I think that we're still in this, era where we're seeing the top names still are able to rise to the top. We haven't seen the underdogs really come online quite yet, which is honestly quite disappointing to me. I really wanted to see a little bit more, but maybe later we might be able to. But as we all know, Hive always been a top contender, and Pretzel also a mainstay when it comes to being an impact player. This guy has been getting so many kills throughout the entirety of the map. He won a 1v2, if I'm not mistaken, in that map as well, being able to isolate those 2 fights. And I have to say that what makes Hive really, really scary is not the ability for them to play together as a team, it's the individuals as well. Out of the majority of kills that Pretzel was able to get, half of them, I believe, were just him sort of moving around the map independently and picking off stragglers and putting them in these very, very high pressure situations. He's very, very quick on that.
That's true, and overall, within the span of a round, that's a total of 28 points accumulated by Hive International. Almost 3 chicken dinners worth, I will dare say. Meanwhile, TO, YG, 214, they all have to play catch up, but there's definitely a whole lot more rounds to go. So I would definitely say they are showing good signs of life at the very least for the rest of the party, as we are seeing an average of 4 points to be back cumulatively from across the board, and also a high volume of elimination points that they've been able to get out of this Rondo matchup. So for some of them, they definitely still have to play catch up. Of course, we see a bunch of new names joining into the PMCL scene, and they're still taking their time to adapt, and they're playing a little bit more passively. So I'm hoping that they can gain a little bit more of that confidence moving into somewhere a little bit more comfortable for them, as we will kick off our Wrangle run shortly. But I think that it really convinces me that, hey, those teams who have gotten results that were just merely satisfactory, that is not quite enough. They are definitely gunning for a whole lot more moving into this final week, because there's just no rest for the weekend.
Yeah, truly. Now, as we go into Erangel, I would say this is the map that teams are truly going to be tested. I think one thing's for sure, though, if we were to see everything, I mean, at least for that run just now, I think, Hive was really stealing our house. We know how good they are. But a team that really picked my interest was TO, because we talked a little bit about how it felt like a little bit early. It felt like they were just being farmed left, right, and center by so many different teams. They were a team that were not only resilient, but also knew when to give away that space and when to play a little bit more passive. And I feel like it's really rewarded them so well when it played that way, because they got all the way to second place. And not only that, they got 17 points total. Yes, not as high as Hive, but being able to survive till the end intact as a team is also a skill in itself. So that's also very, very fun to see. Meanwhile, on the other side, we had YG that were a little bit more, I would say, aggressive very, very early. They were taking a lot of fights early, and it's rewarded them for third place because they only got 1 placement point. And I think that's the reason why it didn't really matter too much for them getting eliminated early, because they got so many points in terms of kills. And I'm surprised, because from previous, I would say, iterations of PMCL, Young Galacticos has always been a team that's quiet early and goes a little bit more aggressive toward the end. But this shift on playstyle is making me very, very happy to see how many types of, I would say, facets they have in terms of how they approach the game.
Yeah, of course, you gotta be a little bit more adaptive every step of the way, and we're definitely seeing improvements coming from all quarters. And of course, for those who are also enjoying the brand new game mode with this Naruto Shippuden collab with PUBG Mobile, I'm pretty sure you guys are wondering how exactly to execute some of the moves where you can combo Raijin and Rasengan for something really powerful, where you throw the kunai onto a rooftop for instant high ground for you to make some big plays happen. Anyways, focusing back on what you have mentioned as well, definitely we see adaptations coming into Game 1, where last week, if we recall, TO, but the bulk of their income of points were just Ilims, Ilims, and Elims. They are no longer the shadow of their former glorious team where, they're ex-members of YG, they're ex-members of GE. It didn't matter now because last week they proved that they are heavy hitters, but they don't really have that many of all these placement points. Now, starting on second position with all those bulk of points, and they've already got that high firepower, I do think that they can now play catch up with the rest of the party as well. Well, maybe we would love to see maybe one of the biggest surprise coming into the game one was Observation Esports dropping rather early. They got 6 points only. I felt like if they did survive, they could have gotten so much more done.
Yeah, Observation Esports was interesting because the majority of those points were eliminations. They were taking fights, they were doing very well to be, I would say, hold on to that compound. I think it was Hive that found them in the end before they finally got knocked out there, and I felt like it was because of that over-aggression. You saw that overheat, you saw one of the players go outside in the open hoping to catch the 1v1, but what they failed to account for was the fact that for Hive, in terms of how they take and how they hold, they have a lot of crossfires set up here. They have a lot of layers when it comes to the holes as well. You go outside, you're walking straight into a crossfire, and because they allowed themselves to go into these 1v1s, I saw so many parts where they just I would say, tunnel vision onto one player trying to get the kill. I believe it was the player of HB, I'm not mistaken. So in this situation, if you're not going to be aware and you're so tunneled onto one player, you're giving them these 1v1s, well, you're putting yourself in a position where you are going to get crippled and you are going to get overwhelmed by a third party 100%. And that's exactly what happened to them. A bit sad to see them go out there, but we got to see a bit of what they're able to do in the early game. Definitely aggression is the name of the game. But for now, we're going to go for a quick break. After this, map 2 coming right at you, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
And we're back for even more as we dive into Wrangle shortly in less than a minute, as we've already got the trailblazing performance coming out of Hive International to take game one with massive points. Now we're gonna see whether or not can they make it a streak moving into the entire course of the evening. But of course, there's plenty of challengers awaiting them in the next round.
Oh yeah, and this is where things get really interesting. As a map that a lot of players are fairly, I would say, acquainted with. This, after all, the oldest map in the game. It's just a matter of trying to figure out who drops where. And there is that question mark. Some teams not playing today, their drop spots empty or not. Are we gonna try and challenge for that spot? Or is there going to be someone else waiting for us there? Or are we just gonna maintain with what we have? I'm pretty sure that we are going to see these empty spots being taken over, so I wouldn't be surprised if hot drops were to happen. Those early fights are always very fun to watch, but regardless, this is Erangel.
Now, with the shift of all these groups moving into week 2, you made a massive point as well. There's definitely some of all these locations to be considered, especially now with all the groups from B to E that's going to be playing throughout the entire course of this evening. Now, we start off here from Milta Power, headed into the northern territories of Zarki. So, very likely not, this is a playing field that's equal to all for them to really cop a spot into wherever is in the mainland. Perhaps there's going to be a little bit of an opportunity for teams to also float into Novo Ripnoe and also claim military base. Likely or not, that could be YG that will always be looking for that territory in Novo. And besides, also going to park themselves over on the south side of Milta. Well, I've yet to actually see if there's going to be any teams that's going to be going for an all-out brawl inside of Vietnam, but we do see two teams holding on that vicinity, though, so we might actually get a little bit of action early on.
Yeah, gonna be very, very fun. Now, MSI previously had a very, very quiet early game. It was so weird seeing that because they are a type of team that gets a bit more active. And understandably so, they were a team that I would say likes to just really take advantages and just really hold on to it. But it also felt like because they were getting super active, they were lacking in those elimination points. They were lacking in terms of supplies. And we want to see that happen. And speaking of getting active here, it's 2-1-4 that opens up the game extremely strong. Yasnaya Pollyanna completely packed there with so many teams just hanging around the body of water through that northern side of the island, mainland, excuse me. And with the, I think the circle going opposites, teams such as Hive already very much into that circle. You just know the amount of devastation they can bring later on if teams are trying to move into the area.
Yeah, I definitely think that they could basically take that sweet time to loot up and expect teams to be moving around Rozhok into the territory or even over the south side. So options are plenty for the side of Hive International. Meanwhile, not so much for Yasnaya Pollyanna citizens, though, as they are now having a little bit of that tussle to see if they could just hold firm in this location. 2-1-4 on the charge. It is going to be that fog of smoke that holds him back for now. So Hades, he's going to be absolutely careful with this. While Mix cooking up a storm here. Perfect lob into the window as it catches Meow Meow off guard. So that's a member down for the side of SNK. And this does not look good at all. They're only left with 2 members for the time being. And 2-1-4 has got to get this wrap up real quick if they really want to journey in to that southern corner of the map.
Yes, unfortunate situations here. Mix could find the perfect timing forward as well. If you do want to find the final member of VIX, Lord XZ, what are you going to do here? Are you just going to try to hang around the area? I think he's just trying to just really, farm it up. He knows the positions of where 2 and 4 are. They could just really hang around here. Yasnaya Pollyanna, they have the vehicles, they have that space. And they could go the opposite side. After all, you do have a bit more time before that shift. They could go for a longer rotation, go northern side, and go toward Rozhok area if they wanted to, or they could just wait out the rotation coming in from 2-1-4. Why not? Since 2-1-4 is kind of crippled, if you ask me, you lose one player very, very early. It is an opportune moment if you do want to launch this ambush.
Yeah, the problem for SNK, though, they are man down, so I think like they would perhaps spare themselves a little bit more of that space to try to maybe wiggle for some ranking points at the very least. But for now, they call it a truce. 2-1-4. They don't really want to also waste too much time trying to haggle with the rest of SNK. So they could just basically look for other moments through the mid game. Since stage one, you got ample time to still loot up. They didn't really waste too much time right there, and I kind of like the loadouts coming from Hades as well. He's got the JS with him alongside with Scar, so close range covered alongside with mid range attacks as well. Sometimes you see players, they put a 6x scope onto the Scar to kind of make it like a Snoodle sniper of sort. So I kind of like how they are adapting to certain situations. Now, 2-1 for on the first week, maybe not the most present, but they did manage to play catch up towards the tail end in order to bring some points at the very least. But they were on 17th. That was what was really concerning back over the course of the earlier week. But now, in the early game, we're also seeing another potential challenge up against Observation Esports. I believe Rex, there's not much that he can do about this. He's being absolutely isolated, and the rest of Time Esports probably has gotten him marked. They've definitely spot those movement patterns, and they're vying for this opportunity with the spray down coming from Wako.
Nothing really clipping onto these players though. So it's a situation where I think teams are seeing the rotations, but they don't really want to go all in anyway. Regardless, for OV, I think despite them getting knocked out super early, getting 6 points earlier was already really good. For me personally, you want to be able to go out to the lobby with at least 5 points, at least just not to be, I think, in a situation where you are going out with a 0 is already bad. Going out with 5 means that you are slowly climbing up that ladder as well. But OV, we know that they're very aggressive. We've seen those situations where they can go for these early fights. And I think at some point they want to, but they don't want to just really go all in, especially on this map, which I feel like a lot of teams put a little bit more priority on.
Yeah, I certainly agree, especially when you got to consider, is this the perfect timing to actually strike when you still have potentially another 20 over minutes to play out? So once you actually commit to a battle, you will also expect a lot of all the other teams to also rally through with the attention being given. So other than that, I think pretty much Observation Esports, they just gotta be a little bit more careful on their survivability, which is what they're opting to do. So they did not really commit into an altercation. ABC, however, last round was pretty impressive. They got themselves 9 points, so they are within the top 5. And this spot right over on the southern corner, holding by the hillside, can give them bird's eye view across the field of Gatka, which is very likely to be an endgame angle as well. I mean, phase 1 is really hard to tell because it could always surf into the swamps. It could also end up in Mount Gatka. So options are plenty right now. Nobody really wants to overcommit, and this is a good spot to hold.
A lot of teams already prioritizing positions. I'm surprised since the previous map we saw more of that later rotations. Understandably so. Amount of terrains and compounds you want to be able to prioritize. You don't want to be the one later. And now the rush through here, HYB getting very, very active. Vic's now in trouble. We've seen him great with those shotguns. But Jeffrey, a little bit more quick on the draw. Didn't even get a shot back here. The rest of HYB there, well, wasn't able to secure that pickoff quite yet. His teammates come through. I'm surprised that he's taking way too long. And Jeffrey ready for it. You cannot be giving these 1v1s. Not too sure what happened there in terms of communications. But Jeffrey, not only does he get 2 eliminations, he also gets to pick up his teammates.
That was some really clean reaction as well as double taps coming from Jeffrey. We saw him hanging by a thread for a moment. He gets that full reset done, and he was ever ready. Meanwhile, Vix, they find another golden opportunity with those lobs, and they're looking to close it out, but Saif gets brought down. It is going to be by hitting one member on their knees for the moment, while Jeffrey now goes in for the push. He's feeling absolutely confident, and he has every right to be. Now, this is going to be a full throttle coming in from the side of Vix. Can they close it out? Because that blue zone's starting to hurt them for a tad bit. Vi goes in for a little bit of heal up. Well, it is a lockdown situation with a big nade. Swung, and it does hurl a perfect lob into the corners of HYB as they're struggling to even stay afloat.
Yo, 2W barely alive just now. But the rush through is there. The beggar guns making the damage looking very, very painful. Jeffrey getting knocked down already as Marcus tries to trade. But HYB, you can't count them out. Despite losing that 1v2 early, able to rally back, bring themselves into the game and survive as a 2. 2
Oh,
to a 4 is such a worth it, I would say, investment or trade for this team. And for them being able to survive a bit longer is also better. But you can't keep too quiet in this game as usual. Hive always in the position and mindset that they need to hit the ground running. Already taking fights super early, but no confirmed pickoffs yet.
yeah. Going back to that fight, I don't know if it's pre-planned that he actually activated those boosters, but that kept Code to Woe alive. Like, that was so vital for him to really hold on to keep his team still in the run. Or else both teams will just bow out, just having that prolonged fight. And that turnaround up against Vix was not one that we expected to work so well. But of course, it's a little bit of over aggression as well as isolated fights that was allowed towards the side of HYB that sees them getting that upper hand. Now back towards the side of 214. Once again, they're getting themselves a little bit of a holdout inside the compounds, expecting plenty of teams to be surrounding them at the moment. Take a look at Query. You have 4 teams just by the corner, and it does seem like there's not much room that 214 can step out of to even take a peek at this moment.
Are out there in the open here toward Ferry Pier. I don't hate this position from Tio. I mean, I've seen so many teams just really hang around this area, be able just make it toward the end, just hunker down. There's a lot of space to work with. Yeah, it's wide open areas, but you do have a lot of cover as well. ABC will be marking them for the time being, but because they are in a compound, it's going to be a little bit of a hot commodity, a hot position where teams are going to be challenging for that space. I'm a true believer that you have like a big terrain, a big area outside in your hold. You have a little bit more wiggle room to reposition, to move around the area, to have a bit more layering compared to holding inside of the compound, where if it's such a one and done position. Regardless, coming into Georgia Bowl, I've been keeping an eye on GC actually. They have been in Georgia Bowl for the longest time. They weren't super, I would say, flustered to go in for these early rotations compared to the rest of the lobby. Really, truly wondering what they have in mind with this later rotation, especially since there are those terrains toward that mid-side, southern side area that you have to go down into, and taking fights is going to be a pain for them.
Yeah, I felt like they actually played this one a little too safe, and now there's barely enough room to squeeze into the corners of Fairpure. You can see it's already fully congested, and even KE struggles to find a zone from the corners of Prima. So a little bit of a tricky situation for the likes of many. Although this is just stage 3, we can see that body of water also affecting the play coming in from the rest of the party. So Hive International, what they could do is just wait out. They don't really have to over-aggress right over these corners of Query at the moment. So once it does subside, they could just basically close in, just like how they did back in the previous round. Though they won't be as aggressive as how they played inside Rondo. I think that they've played enough rounds to be around Ferry Pier for long enough. While BKE goes for the direct threat to challenge up against TO, but they are absolutely ready with those grenades. Lop right across. Some damage being done towards 1 second. He goes down. Perfect one coming from Unknown, and it's a double down up against Kane. It's one after another. Spiral a little bit late, but he finds it still. KBKE, you're not down and out just yet. A 2 versus 1 as they go in for the run over, and BKE gets the job done.
BKE looking really good. It looked like a very precarious position, if you ask me. They were getting lobbed out by those nades. TEO was just looking like they were very much ready. They had those crossfires and hunkered down. They were not aware of the nades to come through from BKE. They were not aware that the position of a rush to come through was also there. Perhaps an underestimation of what's going on. You also could see that ABC did have a hand with some of those stray shots as well to anyone that crossed by, hoping to steal away a kill or two. That didn't happen too much for eliminations at the very least. Now, in this situation for BKE, you saw them hunkering down at Ferry Pier. They're still kind of moving around the water side as well, just to get a little bit more active. And it's a good thing to be able to show your presence as well, especially when you're out there in the open. It really gives, I think, a warning for any team that really wants to challenge them to not really, I would say, challenge that space, because you don't know which angle or which terrain these players are hunkering down on. And speaking about hunkering down, HYB, I think it was funny because they were the team that had the upper hand advantage in that early fight, and now they resulted with only one player left, just Kotuo.
Yeah, it really feels like right now a lot of these teams they're just desperate for some of all these space to play out, and I love to also see money falling out of the back coming from Wako. Meanwhile, a little bit of crossover where we see Astro popping off. Bring two members down from the rest of GC just by a drive-by, and Astro he's got to heal up real quick. The blue zone's closing through, and I'm afraid that this might affect KE's survivability because the moment they step right in, ABC's on the lookout. We also have Hive over on the section of Quarry at the very same time. So thankfully, they did manage to clear enough room to get by. But the question is, can they push through? Because over onto the ridges, over onto the beach area, it is not going to be an easy task for KE to clear. But at least for the rest of BKE, they have gotten the entire sector closed for them to play out this southern side.
GC. We already predicted that this might happen as well because of that late rotation. It's after all a very hard area to play with. And meanwhile for CSU, well, it's gonna Ting get knocked down first. The rest of the team still, I think, surviving there. Hunted down, I believe, as Hoshan will be meeting that same fate. Hasn't been able to find the last few stragglers, and I think for the rest of CSU, it's just a matter of just surviving at this point. I don't think they're in a position to be able to pick up their teammates either, unless they want to go full head-on against Yago Galacticos. Say Cloud, a nice angle played here. A bit of space taken to provide a bit of cover to Mernat. And because of that as well, his teammates, or CSU, not able to trade him out either. Say Cloud had already sniped off 3 eliminations through all of that chaos, and Mernat should be able to be saved as well.
Yeah, I like the new update where you could just shove your fallen teammate into a car so that you could quickly drive into a safer area of play so you do not waste too much time on a scuff spot. Well, speaking of a scuff spot, Ping has got nowhere else to run, but this garage gives him just about enough cover as he's the only member surviving yet again. Oh, it doesn't look all too good for the change to Dragons for the moment, but they are just trying their level best to hold on. Having just about ample room enough for the next phase, but by then, I think that very likely than not, Hive International has gotten him surrounded. So, tough luck. We'll see whether if he can break free from all these pressure mounting onto him. But for the rest of Hive International, no pressure at all. Look at how cleanly they've been playing this one out. They're pretty much securing the entire real estate, whatever is over on the far western corner of the map, and keeping their eyes over on the KE as well as whatever is moving around the beach. Now, that is going to be a very long shot attempt coming in from the side of Monboy. If he does connect it, that will be absolutely crazy, as Frenzy now getting ready for this charge coming true from the side of KE. We'll see how well will they fare for those who are on the edges, though, because KE, this is going to be a desperate play. They got nowhere else to go. They have to pick a fight up against either BKE or even Hive International.
Didn't really see too many people really get active in terms of rotations either, since many of them had already rotated into the area very, very soon. Now for time, definitely heard a lot of noise coming in for OV. With 2 members knocked down already, you want to be able to secure these pickoffs. Doss with the sprays through the smokes, find nothing. Finally clips one in the end, even securing one more, with Rex also falling in that same time. Kid keeping the rest of time at bay here. That's a bit of a spray, a chip damage onto a player, but he cannot keep his head up here. The amount of gun barrels pointing at him is a bit too much to work with. You have to worry about Kim, that's also potentially wanting to go in for these fights as well. This lone player could become the difference between life and death, whether or not his team survives or not, and you don't want to give him that situation. Now the circle does shift, and things are starting to get a little bit more serious. John Boy quite low, Kid in the front line hoping to be the tip of the spear and take these early fights to give a bit of space for his teammate to be able to trade, but no one's really going full all out. Somehow Go To Wo managing to move away from that nade, survives it, and now he's gonna try and make his way a little bit more closer toward BKE, a team that had annihilated a majority of his team. Some nades to a Spyro, nothing seen, but it does give away the game. They know exactly where he is. Whether or not they want to commit to this fight is the question that I have.
Yeah, for now, he's just trying to pufferfish around, and by doing so, it does seem like HYB will still have to struggle to walk into the zone. He's got no vehicle at all. Meanwhile, a desperate play coming from the side of Observation Esports. They know they were the furthest away from the zone, so they dive right into the center fray. And as a matter of fact, all the way up north to try to look for some safety net at the very least. But their vehicle's already smoking up. They're driving towards the direction of YG. Not the best possible spot, but this is the only play that they can think of for the moment. Jamboy's got to dodge those nades. And thankfully, he does have those nades flung wide. So Murnat, he's just going to go for the attempt, not really finding it clear. Time to quick. Goes down at 13 with only 2 points for the moment, and you will expect many more names to falter. HYB, last we saw it was just that Lone Ranger. It is just a little bit too hard to do this time around. Only 4 points as they are out very early on. BKE, though, they found a little bit of room, but they are now smack dab in between those members of the ABC as well as some members of KE. That nade does actually hold Pretzel back for now, so that is being dealt with for the moment from the side of KE.
But for Seven Sky, a team that's very, very quiet previously. Oh no! Tushan had to weigh into this fight. You know what? They don't have to. Since they are the gatekeepers here, everyone will be coming to them. Slow and steady wins the race, and definitely so. Not having Smile does put a bit of a dent on their firepower, but they do have a plan, an idea on how exactly they want to navigate these three-way, maps. Three-way maps? Three-man fights, excuse me. Now, since the rest of Seven Sky, Champ was going to be cooking that nade, and so does the rest of BKE and ABC. This fight has been going on for quite some time. Some chip damage to come through. One sec does take a bit of damage, but no confirmed kill yet.
Ooh, this is just getting even more tense right now between BKE as well as ABC. You can see the entire area was clouded up with smokes.
Yeah.
Make it almost clear impossible for them to really find the right angles to push through, but the grenades will do its wonders. One each for ABC as well as BKE. But still, baby, 1 sec. Can he find a double? There we go. Second takedown as he goes in for the rush. Got the S12K to clear the entire sector of the room. And BKE, they will take full on control, sending ABC into scrambles as Rare. He's being forced out towards the outer section of the wall, trying to hold out. He's got that med kit, bring him to 100%, and now they are all boxed in. BKE still have the numbers though, and Hive, they're watching from afar, looking for a takedown.
I mean, they don't really have to do anything. They've gotten so many pickoffs. You saw that one in that kill feed as well. It was a long-range shot. Now for BKE, they were the one in an uncomfortable, position before, and now they are the ones hunting, still trying to find that final member, and hell, they want to get even more than that. They want to take control of this area that ABC has and stop them from being able to rotate out. The way they fight is very, very swarmy. There's a crossfire from behind these two half walls as well. You don't want to challenge that. You can tell that Mo Wang is very, very uncomfortable right now. The way he's moving around, he can't see anything. He can't really mark the positions of BKE, which leaves a lot of hesitation. But the sprays from the top side there is good. But I don't know how Kane survives that. He has only 1 HP left. And now since they know where he is, it's a matter of sending 2 players up to the top floor to find that final member of ABC with only 1 elimination at 7 points. That's not a lot to work with.
Not a lot at all. I mean, that was a valiant play at the very least coming from Mo Wang, but unfortunately, that one more bullet would have at least make that a little bit more playable, but it is what it was. The cards were just not in their favor in that sense, and they had ample time to really hold out inside that compound. ABC just wasn't all too prepared to really take on the fight. BKE loving how they just muscle it through for those 6 points. Meanwhile, they're looking for a little bit more up against Hive, but this is a little too much that they could ask for right now. Mob Boy now takes over, goes in for that spray 4 times skill. He barely sees anything, but those damage has been done, and this is where Hive tries in the close quarters once again. Pretzel now prepping up some smokes for him to push right through. Spyro, the only member remaining for the side of BKE. Can they hold firm? Black Eagles, this is where they're being pinched from multiple angles as MSI is also looking towards that direction.
Yeah, and MSI, this is a much better run for them as well compared to the previous map. They were very quiet from beginning to end with 7 eliminations already and a total of 14 points. Now, in this situation, they also have to be wary about Hive's protocols on how they play, how aggressive they can be. Yes, they don't really have a high ground advantage, but they've turned so many bad disadvantages, into good ones. Spyro takes a bit of chip damage there, but Pretzel can always rely on him to find these off angles to be able to just break away from the team. And if you are so focused on a majority of bodies, you are going to miss him, and that's exactly what happened. And from the top side here, north side, MSI, glad to see them show their true colors. With 8 eliminations already, they're getting very active, they're forcing these fights, and right now you could tell that they really want to take this fight against Wango Galacticos, but they're hunkered down inside of the compound. Their best bet right now is to hope that OV does go in and force them for this fight and give them a bit of a window of opportunity to push through and wrestle away control from the compound they're holding. And that's exactly what's about to happen.
Yeah, great preemptive nades coming in from Say Cloud to give them a little bit of note that they know that they are looking for that push and now looking for that suppression. But Romeo, he is just swift enough to just dodge that Molotov. But here comes that infiltration. Well, Say Cloud, he's got pretty much prepared with that S12K, tagging onto 2 immediately, and that really takes out the control or firepower out of MSI, left with only 2. Meanwhile, I'm just surprised. Observation Esports and CSU, they've lasted this long. We saw they were brought down to size very early on, and now they also do get a say if they will just basically tag team to work alongside with Hive International to bring those numbers down. Lion, though, hugging by the corner of the wall, just trying to keep himself safe at all costs. So this play, good enough to buy time, but may not be good enough to challenge YG.
Chan Boy keeps his head low, but the angles are just too much to work with. I'm glad to see CSU still has a little bit more fight after losing 3 members so soon. Could still rely on him to drag them all the way to our top 4. Or you have Hive, very healthy, still with the 4. Could tell that they didn't like how the ending was last week. Taking second place was something that they definitely didn't want to have. And today, chaining these endings 2 rounds or 2 maps in a row says a lot about what they want to achieve. Now for Peng, could still be the kingmaker, could still be the guy that changes the trajectory of these fights. And he still has a lot of space to work with as well. As Say Cloud there knows where Lion is, but the nade goes a bit too wide. As Master Lion, well, what are you gonna do here? You're just gonna wait for that blue, and you have a bit of cover to work with. You can slowly just move with that space, doing a great job of kind of predicting where these nades would go. But you can see that Pretzel starting to get a bit more active on the other side, probably marking FV.
Very likely so, and right now, Hive International, all they really got to do is wait for the right moments to move into the sector, because right at this very moment, they have only flat ground terrains once they do make their entry in. So perhaps the smarter call is to take over that garage where Peng is currently holding out. So he's got to be prepared for this huge swing, though. Ramon gonna lead the passage while a couple of attacks have been sent out from another cornered map. And this is gonna be a tough one for the side of the Changshu Dragons as Wild Boy sniffs him out. Easy does it. Now that is that big tenor going in favor of Hive International once more. And some damage being done from MSI. Goes in for the jump shot, and it will still go in to secure it. Say Cloud looking to finish up the job. So this will be the Classico YG versus Hive International.
I don't count MSI out quite yet. Master Lion still managed to heal up. Gets a spray out to Say Cloud. Barely alive, but Say Cloud gets it in the end, but his teammate is there for the swing. Love the layering coming in from Yango Galacticos, but they are crippled. They are only alive as a 3. The nades come out here, and Hive getting very active. It feels like Yango Galacticos getting completely choked. Romeo can't save his teammates. It's a 2-on-4. They can try and isolate, but Ranger, you know he's very active in flying, taking these angles. But Romeo manages to jump through. A spray forward is too much to deal with. And they completely dismantle Yangon Galacticos and Hive, a back-to-back chicken dinner. And you could tell they're really riding this high.
They made it look like it's just a walk in the park on how well they've just executed every single takedown, every team fight. Everything looks crisp and clean. when how Hive International does it back to back, and the sweetest touch is they take out their nemesis YG to really make it a lot sweeter for the second chicken dinner in a row. Well, I don't know what else to say, but this team right now is definitely looking like they could beat even the best in the world.
Yeah, you could tell that not only are they on a high, they're very, very momentum heavy. I think this is something that I think we shared the sentiment of even last season as well, and this hasn't changed. They start off high last week, they start off today hitting the ground running, and they're still going on till right now. And they're not the type of team to really, I would say, hold a compound and just really hunker down. It's the style of play that really, I think, keeps them hot. Moving around the map, wide open areas that you're able to just really abuse from terrains as well. So many eliminations they were able to get through that as well. We have Pretzel that's just so great at being able to just play alone on himself independently. You have Ranger just really going in for these flanks and those angles, while the rest of his team, like say Monboy as well as Nerf Ramon is able to just really hold. It's a nice chemistry that we're able to see, but let's take a look at highlights to see what exactly went down on that map.
And that was a swift round with plenty of action offered by all of the bunch involved in tonight's action. And Hive, they went back to back. As much as it is not as flashy as it was back in Rondo, it is still a hefty 12-point round for them in the form of elimination. So if you add another 10 with that chicken dinner, that's another 22. So they are currently the undisputed kings. YG, they were overwhelmed. They got caught by surprise with those shots overall coming in from FV, and MSI definitely costed them a whole lot, where YG was unable to respond up towards the task at hand to try to even exchange up against Hive International, while BKE, they have definitely shown immense tenacity to pull through. Despite that 6 points, that's just about enough to make it into the top 4.
Yeah, Raimon is gonna be our MVP for this particular map. I would say it's not, like you mentioned, it's not the flashiest, it's not the highest elimination that we saw from Pretzel, from map 1. But one thing's for sure though, he got the job done. You get your chicken dinner, you get your elimination points, you push yourselves all the way to the top side of that ladder. And if anything as well, I would say that despite the fact that they're waiting out there in the open, really heavy-handed in terms of how they want to take up space and take these fights, at the same time, Yao Galacticos perhaps in the situation had boxed themselves in a compound once again. And in a position where the circle is shifting, I always really don't like it when you are going last minute leaving that that building, because you know there are people going to be marking you. You know there are going to be some stragglers hanging around as well. And Hive is a team that I would say is very opportunity heavy. Regardless, top 3 coming here. MSI finally showing their fangs in that top 3 area there with a total of 14 points, 9 eliminations as well. Such a far cry from their game on map 1 that was a little bit more quiet. I think they only had like 0 points on stage 4 before finally getting a few pickoffs here and there toward the last circle. But I have to say that even BKE coming online despite the slower start is already something very, very fun to see.
Yeah, we're seeing drastic improvements coming all across the board, especially for MSI, finding themselves into the top 3 at the moment. Hive International, like we said, it's been 2 hefty rounds where they go back-to-back with those chicken dinners, and it makes it a lot harder for the rest of the party to catch up. YG still has a couple of chances left, though, so don't count them out just yet. Whereas everybody else, we're left with maybe a couple of scraps in between, but at least some maintenance being done by the middle of pack teams have been able to give them a fair shot in better positions. For the rest of you guys wondering why are some of the teams are sitting around 0, that's because they're not playing today. They'll join us tomorrow evening onwards, where I would say maybe SNK, they were just a little too passive. They have yet break into the double-digit threshold, but now over on to the past couple of matches, it's painted in red as the Hive International is swarming through. We still have 2 more rounds of a wrangle, but for the moment, we'll take a quick breather and we'll come back for more action.
Welcome back, everyone. We are going to Erangel one more time. And this is where things get super interesting. Especially since the bar that Hive set was incredibly high. Back-to-back chicken dinners, a high amount of points. They start off round with like 28 points, which is already very, very scary. A bit more of a quieter one toward the second map because of how the circle was. But one thing's for sure though, this team did not lose steam. Did not change their style of play. They decided to go all in very, very early. The confidence they have right now makes them a force to be reckoned.
That's right, and of course, they are just steamrolling the rest of the competition. We'll see whether can anyone stop them at all in this upcoming round, which is really hard to beat, as what we saw was just an absolute incredible run coming from them. But of course, the journey continues here as we dive into our second matchup of Erangel to play out.
Come on, I need the other teams to wake the heck up. You cannot be letting Hive run away with this. And the thing is, it does still follow that same script from week 1. Since NGGZ is now in the lobby to claim that top spot, who was in second place last week? Well, it was Hive.
And Hive International, like, so long as they maintain this more momentum, Grand Finals is already guaranteed. I don't see any reason where they will just drop the ball and just sleep the entire week off, right? Because at this moment, there's plenty of prizes on the line as well. So, of course, they are just looking like they're in their prime form. And I really do hope that we get to see this side of Hive in the Grand Finals.
Primoz called the way to Severny is going to be the flight trajectory, interestingly enough. So I don't think anyone will be having a problem, getting to where they need to be. I mean, we have seen some teams start to take up a little bit more space in those empty areas, especially since Group A isn't playing, which is the reason why we're seeing these very, very early fights. I wouldn't be surprised if we come back tomorrow or the next Erangel and we're going to see a shift in the maps itself. As we go, there we go, those early fights happening where the GC, to start it off early, gonna be able to just jump forward there. A bit of a ring around the rosy. Pop goes the Weasel. Who gets it first? Never mind, he says, never mind, it's my car. It's my car. Wait, I wanna see how this plays out. I hope production doesn't move. Okay.
Oh,
wait, why did he run? He just gave the car away! Wait.
Okay.
Oh, his teammate was there! Wait, no. OV has another car! Wait, who ran into what? What happened there?
It's a big scramble. I thought that Ovi's got it in the back, but Swam, he just made it work as well, claiming that first blood against Clay Jr. Okay,
I wish you could see my face.
I see the
I
angle
wish you
there.
could see my face.
Okay.
I wish you could see my face right now. Because Loki, what the heck is that, man? Had a bit of a ring around the rosy moment. Pop goes the Weasel, whatever you want to call it. GC decides, you know what? Take the car.
Yeah.
Goes in, gets a weapon, and annihilates somehow. His teammate somehow got ran over there somewhere. What?
And there's even more troubles ahead, despite Ying actually getting himself a knockdown early on and also claiming that point. Now he's being swarmed by all 3 members of SNK. Does he have enough firepower? He does have the AK, but not enough to draw his weapon out. Meow. He will, in return, get 1 point. But yeah, just rewinding it back, that whole situation with that buggy right there, it looks strange, but that was because Ying was on top of that hill. He claimed that weapon first, which is why that member OV says, no, I'm getting into some cover. But instead, it was a quick, fiery move that did see GC claiming those points, and they're just galloping all around. They're having fun times out over on the edges of...
Not Kim.
Yeah. But meanwhile, Hive, they're just enjoying the loots of war as they do get plenty of stashes coming from those vehicles that always passes by Pachinki, so they are all decked out.
Interesting enough, though. If only I could see the map feed right now. I'd love to see how HYB has really positioned themselves all the way towards Stelber and Kamishki. Young Galacticos is a team that, this is interesting for them as well. They're a team that gets so many eliminations. They've consistently made it to that top 4 toward the entirety of today. At least only 2 maps have been played. it looks really good. They're the type of team that I would say don't necessarily need those chicken dinners to be able to survive. So if anything, I think that this is a great. I think this is the usual trajectory for them. The only thing that's changed right now is that early aggression. But in this one in particular, since they have already knocked themselves down to that southern side of Georgia Pole, and they are, I think, backed up by the Potato Hill, they could go up there, just really chill up there if they want to, catch maybe a few teams around them as they rotate over if they are quick enough for this for the loots.
Mm-hmm.
But I think for them, if anything, I don't think we're gonna see them go fight a bit too early. Maybe stragglers, but not all ins.
Yeah, very likely to not. YG would just, hang around, not really be all too active in the first two phases. And then once they do secure themselves a decent spot within some of the thresholds of the zone, then they will be able to have a great time. Meanwhile,
Uh,
not so great for Claire as he got caught out by Doss. A great sneaky angle, making sure that he is unsuspectedly hiding inside his compound. So Time gets that one absolutely for free. Though it hasn't been all too much for the rest of the course of the evening. So far, they've been able to finally tie in with CSU as well as ABC through that effort. But I want to see a little bit more of a better survivability coming in from Time Esports at the very least. SNK, the one that needs the biggest improvement moving to this round, or else by the end of the week, they may not see the grand final slot. So they're doing their level best. Delta, it's a familiar name. Delta, we have a famous one coming in from the South Asian region, but of course, this is SNK's very own Delta that is very promising, but he's got to dodge some bullets though. As this one's coming from CSD on the outskirts. Well, that's actually Vix that's arriving to this corner. So they're just sending two members in for a check, but I'm not too sure if a full send is required. They're going to go in with man-to-man, one-on-one.
and Delta on the outside there, but gotta give it to Vix. Very ready and aware. Marcus did not hesitate even a beat. And Vix had a pretty rough day today. I think they got knocked out early across two maps. Map 2, they were looking a little bit more alive, especially Jeffrey's 1v2 before they finally go down. But at the same time, for them, no hesitation moving around Garka. No hesitation really taking away this compound. I'm pretty sure they didn't have full information about where the players are going to be hunkered down in. They had a lot of respect for the players, so a double sweep was really good for them as well. Just really break into the area. And now they're getting active. They got their top ups. They're like, okay, we got our pick off. Where are we going to go now? And this sort of active gameplay, I think, should keep them in the game mentally at the very least. Should keep them alive. Should keep them a little bit more hot. If they're moving around, they're aggressively taking away space, which forces them into fights. If they still maintain this double swing situation, these layerings when it comes to these takes, they should be able to go far. The start is there, the foundation is there as well, but the question is whether or not they can hold on till the end.
Yeah, they gotta just maintain the order at the very least. Just slow, little steady climb will do the trick for some of these teams out there. As for MSI, they've already found a rhythm, especially from that past round, getting themselves a top 3 finish to at least give themselves a firm shot to even race up against Yangon Galactico. So that is going to be that pickoff up against Crazy Ing. That will give them one more to the tally. But for now, you would expect plenty of rotation around this facility. A lot of the teams getting themselves over the North Point, but this is just one thing in mind for MSI. Pickoffs after pickoffs as they now found Swan. And man, they are just scrambling for even some drop of points, but now struggling to even stay afloat. Only one member left from the side of Golden Cross, and doesn't seem like there's much that can be done about all these rotations that were untimely.
Yeah, GC has been so unfortunate, getting caught with their pants down so many times in the mid of rotation, weren't able to just play together as a team. We saw some moments of brilliance, maybe just those tiny little glimmers, but every time you think they have the upper hand, they get completely destroyed, either by a third party or just getting completely swarmed. And speaking of swarmed, this KE that gets a bit more active here with Janboy already got knocked down. Rex was not ready for that peek into the compound. And this whole area is being cleared, and also I would say this is like a really clean take. They break in here, they cross into these corners, they check every corner. And since one player just gets swings out into the open, they were ready for them as well. Ovi only has, I think, 1 or 2 players left alive. I think it's just Kid. Yeah, it's just Kid alive that barely survived the initial skirmish. And Kid is great at surviving after all, but it's not a position, especially in stage 2, that you want to be already, I would say, crippled this early.
Yeah, and on top of that, we're seeing a fight to eventually spot who exactly will be the king of the hill, where there's not really much of a room for you to hide out inside of Stalber. So this drastic shift of location really is sending all of these teams into an uncharted territory where very likely than not, it's like 1 out of 20 games only that you actually get this kind of finishing up there in the hills of Stalber. So even the likes of 2-1 for they're not spared at all. They are now hiding by the electric towers, and there's just barely enough space for us to actually cook up some of all these smoke grenades so that he could buy time so that Min could go in for the pickup. Now, Seven Sky, what's their move? Can they actually take them off the wheel? Some damage being done, but not quite enough to take them off the vehicle just yet.
Yeah, but they're still being peppered, and the tracking is good. Migs as well, under fire by Pretzel. And Min finally gets him in the end! But the vehicle takes them down, but Min does go down, and so does Migs. Very, very early. This team is struggling right now. They had a fairly great second map, a quiet map 1, and in this map in particular, knocked out very, very early. Consistency just not there, and it just felt like there was a lot of desperation. But at the very least, they can claim that 1 elimination onto... Sorry, no, there was no eliminations. They didn't get that pick-off onto the member of Hive. But even Hive is not spared. Like you mentioned, no team is getting out of this unscathed. And Stelber is looking like a hotspot just now earlier in the round. It felt like HYB were all around the Stelber area. Now they're forced into the compounds, forced to hunker down. They cannot really hold on to the big area since BKE is there as well.
Yeah, in scenarios like this, whoever cops the spot first just gets so much upper hand from the vantage point that you get to overlook the entire stretch of the bottom of the hill, and on top of the rest of the fields, you get to also secure some of the compounds that's being left available over onto either the top side of the planetariums or even a tower such as this. So Observation Esports Kit could maybe hold out for a little bit longer. He's still inside the zone, but until the rest of these parties finally show up, then there's a lot of work for Kit to do. And just look at the rest of Hive. They are not going to be flustered with, charging up the hillside for now. They're trying to feel it out. By the outskirts, they are hanging by together alongside with MSI. Meanwhile, on the far west, we see TO pathing their way over onto the western entry. So that will be pretty interesting because we see a couple of teams around that sector across Severny at the very same time. So it is going to be a little bit of a tense battle in between some of the sectors while BKE have finally arrived, swinging right underneath the nose of Hype, but I'm not too sure if CO2 could actually get much done by himself. So he's just going to pull back, allow them to take that space as he just get himself together alongside with his teammates to have a better hold over on the top end. Well, BKE, they definitely suspected that there's probably 1 or more teams up above, so they're definitely thinking maybe we're just going to stick by where we have arrived. Meanwhile, Changshu Dragons, they are also playing on the wayside, so this is going to be an interesting three-way battle.
Nice angle on the upper side here to feed so much info to his teammates. Bit late for that shot steward frenzy there, but it's fine. Just really taking his time. After all, you don't want to rush this either. You pop your head a little bit different, your head gets completely destroyed. Getting that pickup is going to be another problem in itself. And because there's so many high ground and angles held, it's a lot of hesitation coming in from HYB as well as BKE. If anything, also where the CSU is hanging around as well. This is a very, very hot spot coming through here as well. I believe there are the members of Time on the lower side, TO on the northern side of Stalber as well, with SNK just sort of like hovering around. you really cannot leave it a chance because there's just so many players just really marking this angle and area to see if anyone does go aggressive. So many teams hoping to third party and just wait for those windows of opportunity just really come through. As for KE, they've been hanging around this area for some time. And YG, they put Romeo on surveillance duty just to see if whether or not they cross out. And if they do, well, you just know that Young Galacticos will eventually come through and choke from different angles and points.
Yeah, we do expect maybe it's only going to be a couple attacks across these teams because it is a very tricky terrain for them to play things out. So rather than not in the very early phases like 3 as well as 4, they will just basically hunker down to some of all these locations for the meantime until they were forced to shift out. But whoever's on the lower end of the hill is going to have a little tendency of struggle if this big shift does not favor them, and very likely or not, it is happening right at this very moment. So Hive International now has to ascend all the way up towards KE's territory. This is definitely no easy task. YG, we'll see how they hold out and fare up against Vix. Whereas the rest who thought that wrapping around the back of Stalber is a good plan, apparently not, because now you see that big scramble over on the top end here with about 5 teams that will try to survive to tell it down.
HYB finally getting active, some spray damage coming through, but not enough to really get that point from SNK. And they also did manage to rotate over as well, so they basically got out of that scot-free. But at the same time, HYB is still very much in control. They have the terrain, they have the high ground, and most importantly, they are currently closest to the circle. SNK, one thing's for sure, when you are in a very, very desperate position, what's your call here? Are you going to go for a very aggressive desperation play that leaves you out in the open, or are you going to try and dismantle HYB bit by bit? They know where Genji is, but the lack of information for the rest is going to make it hard. They rotate toward the southern side. There's too many teams. Maybe they can go northern side. TO is there. It's easier to deal with one team instead of multiples after all. So this is an option for them. And meanwhile for Hive, I saw them getting a bit active just now toward that southern side, but I thought they were trying to take away some space and go and force that fight toward EKE. It wasn't the case. They decided to just rush toward the middle side of the circle instead and hunker down. And with that wide open area, gives them so much vantage point and information, but at the same time, it is still a wide open area.
Yeah, I'm just really surprised that Kid was left unspotted for the entire course of the past 10 minutes or so. But there is definitely a pickup that did happen. BKE, they go in for that 1-point run. And over on the top course of the hill, there is just some congestion where every corner there's just somebody lurking around, which is why Black Eagles, they're on that high alert. Escape, though, finding a pot shot directly towards the final GC member that will put him to sleep for at least a match. For the meantime, SNK getting caught up by ABC. A lot of teams that thought, hey, maybe I'll play it safe, play it over on the backside of the hill, is now bearing the cost where plenty of teams are doing exactly the same thing. And this hive mind mentality has got to stop, like it or not, where either you play a little bit more proactively or you just basically crash out with not much to gain. Well, ABC, at least they're working on it. Pressuring the side of SNK. Not quite finding the window of opportunity to do just that. Magic's just gonna put a couple of smokes down while there is Terror Esports looking for a lurk right behind those members of SNK as they are now sending some grenades, alerting the rest of SNK, but they don't really get to see anything at all, so there's not much of an opportunity for TO to push just about yet. So maybe going for a different directory would be fencing more open angles for the side of Terror Esports. Well, Master Alliance gonna get one more on the block. Hasn't been good for him yet, just a knock. A little bit of an update as we are seeing teams shift around the map, and this one zooms directly to the center where Hive International is holding.
And it's good. You are challenging Hive. They are at a disadvantage, at least for one player. But this uphill battle fight is still going on. BKE somehow still holding down the line. And somehow, it's Spyro on that upper hand. Time, what are you going to do here? You kept off the angle. Then this low angle means that all of these nades should easily drop toward you. More chip damage to come through as well. pressured, can't really move, even trying to take this fight up against, I believe that was MSI or MSI toward the other end there.
Ooh, there's just so much scrambling for space as everyone's just around the edge of the zone while Waco's just driving through fire and he gets pulled up. Out of nowhere comes Frenzy. And that is one stylish way to just put a team out. Time Esports literally went out of time, out of space, out of the game. BKE still more to go with those 2 points as they have MSI full sending directly into the warehouse as they clear the entire sector south, just rampaging his way through for those points, sending out CSU.
I love that. There was no hesitation for that push and I think fight. Just rushing through and immediately just moving off from vibes or information. I'm not too sure. SNK has been eliminated. You also have Tushan CK coming through as well. They can't really find that angle to secure that pickoff onto Scythe. As the rest of Seven Sky, very aware, wary of the other teams looking to join in on the sounds of gunfire. They've been able to do. Lord XZ, nice timing, good to pop out his head, excuse me, to find a very opportune moment to get another point in the bag for the team. And then after all, despite all of that noise, they still only have one elimination in the bag. You could tell that for them, they want more. A lot of fire, power showed by them as well. But unfortunately for them, none of the bullets are actually hitting. And on top of that as well, the lack of terrain and these angles that Seven Sky are abusing is making it even harder, for them to take this fight. And now they have forced to wait as ABC from the top side there. Nice sprays, top side, 0. Great for 1. No trades. Gets away with murder.
Wow, that was really a close call, and the reaction speed was pretty nasty as well. 0 barely hanging on, while Seven Sky, they were initially struggling for space. Now they get to trade back, and they will not miss a shot up against Lord. Only one member left from the side of Vix. And it doesn't seem like there's much that can be done other than to maybe go in for a rescue attempt. They're just by the edge of the zone. Some couple of seconds will do the trick as Marcos now driving his way through. I believe this is safe enough for him to actually go for that pickup. But Seven Sky, they're not going to leave all these stones unturned. Despite them wanting to do so, they know that they are definitely open to the assault coming in from the other side of the hill where YG is holding out. They've been keeping their eyes very closely. And with the zone now moving deeper into towards the territory of Hive International, I think this is a perfect time for MSI to basically take some space to choke out KE as well as Seven Sky. All they have to do is just move into the zone and just eventually wait for some movement patterns coming in from the southern side. But they want that firm hold. They're still not letting them bypass at any given moment. So this situation over the south has been super tricky, especially so for Vix.
Keeping an eye out onto Young Galacticos through all that as well. This is by far their quietest game today. They didn't really go too aggressive. They do have 3 eliminations, but if anything, I think it's just teams kind of like rotating around the map. And where, like this one in particular, as Smile was able to just really find these nasty little pixel angles and completely abuse it. Vix already getting knocked down. Even one more elimination in the bag for them. They're just really taking their time. A lot of space to work with. They have this terrain as well. And they have all the way still outside of circle is, I believe it's Smile. That's just really trying to catch anyone lurking or flanking, or even go in for this long range hits if they need to as well. But they still have to deal with the final boss. It's still Hive in the middle of the circle, and it's still them picking up so many eliminations already, despite the fact that they're 1 player down.
Yeah, I'm just liking the fact that Hive, despite them not really having much of a compound to hold, there's just no team challenging them because they're just busy wrapping by the edges, succumbing to the pressure of those holding the outskirts. Now there is just nowhere to go for the members of Seven Sky as they get pinned down by FV. That's a double right through as the Misfits chasing on the points. Only 3 separating them from tying it with Yangon Galacticos. While YG, they have definitely sent a couple of members to try to seek out opportunities over the south side, but could it be costly? They are basically playing on that 2-2 formation right now, and Hive, What more can he do? He does know for the fact that Marcos is somewhere right beneath, and he finds the angle. But the problem is, Marcos knows exactly where he's at too. He's got that grenade sent out a little wide, so this is a good opportunity for High to strike him down, but he is not taking it so far. Come on, man, you just gotta push it through, but he doesn't seem like he had that perfect timing window for him to do so. Unstoppable Ghost, Misfit International West Kane will also retaliate by taking one member of Misfits.
Marcus took a little bit of damage from that nade, and High is still not done. Took a lot of damage, but Marco's still kicking and healthy. He has a bit of opportunity to rotate elsewhere. And since High so attracted by the team above him, it's MSI. Bit more quiet today, but still showing us a little bit of their fags in the previous map, and even here right now for a deeper run. FV still hasn't spotted out High, and so does the rest. They're also, I would say, preoccupied by the other teams. The trigger discipline is just so good for this guy, but I think he's been spotted out already. Took way too long. And you cannot let this happen. You say we're gonna be able to find that final straggler for Seven Sky. Another point in the bag. Make it 2, even getting Vix. And look at that, there are 12 eliminations so actively moving around the area. And all these 1vx fights just giving them so many points in the end.
Wow, BKE is getting their 10-point run so far, and they've been absolutely impressive, dominating the entire hill of Stauber. And now, straight into the zone, I feel like they could be the closest competitor to the current block at this point in time. YG, one member be weakened true, same goes to MSI as well as Hive. So, numbers game, it definitely does favor the side of BKE, but of course, we cannot underestimate either side of the firepower that's being displayed throughout the entire course of the evening. Despite Hive being a little bit more passive, they were just basically preparing themselves for this end game, and they got plenty of resources. They haven't burned through those smokes, they haven't burned through those grenades, so I would say they do have plenty of firepower left in their tank. Meanwhile, we saw that separation coming from YG. They will now reconvene, taking full control of the western corner. Meanwhile, over on the southeast, Hive, they have gotten that full grip, but it is going to be MSI that's now on the lower rung of the hill, and instantly that was a pickoff answered by Smile.
Oh man, this is a different side of BKE that we rarely have been able to see. Very great at zone control as well. That northern side there, looking down, gives them so much space and info, forces the rest of the teams to keep their head low. As for Ranger, very good at finding great opportune moments. Bit of pre-fire just to make sure if the rest of MSI is not overextending or going a little bit too aggressive. But MSI knows how Hive plays, decides to keep their distance. Now the rotations come through. Unfortunately for Ranger, none of the shots are actually really hitting. And now for the rest of Hive, eating all those nades. But Kane takes a bit of damage. Ramon gets knocked down. And what can you do when your members are getting knocked down one by one like rolling pins?
Man, Frenzy is absolutely on fire. He's really getting the job done, especially with Hive now getting paged from all directions. There's no space left for Monboy to even find the answers. They go down with 3 elimination points, the lowest of the evening. The streak has been broken. Now, this is the time to shine. Black Eagles on their best form so far. Same can be said about MSI with 12 points. And speaking of which, that will beat them. Hitting the brakes right now, Say Cloud from all the way downtown finds it.
It's always going to be him. Always gonna be that back line, finding those big opportune moments. Is the reason why they keep him all the way far out. So much control despite not having that upper hand advantage. Because of how dynamic Yango Galacticos are, just moving around the area. They have 1-2 players just holding down the line with Say Cloud sort of like just roaming around. And this is great for them as well. Hive has been the biggest inhibitor for them, from being able to get those chicken dinners. But now there's BKE, there's MSI. BKE has been oppressive this game. High ground their control. They have, I think, a player disadvantage. But when you have the high ground advantage, the big guns as well, does it really matter? Question mark.
Yeah, it may not matter all too much. I do think that the rest of MSI could still be a thorn in the flesh for either side of this party as well. BKE, they've had that great control up north. Now they have to slowly descend from the hillside, which leaves them slightly vulnerable towards the side of Yangon Galacticos, but it was MSI that gets spotted out instead. Great eyes onto those members of MSI as Romeo pins one member down, but he's not out just yet. Romeo will still secure it though, so now there's only one left from the side of MSI. That also alerts BKE that there is one player right down below, so perhaps he's looking to sell his score to ensure that at the very least they secure a top 2 finish. But for the moment, there's bigger fish to fry, and that is YG. Now, playing from the lower side seems to be much better coming into this endgame scenario because you get better defensive stances up against those who are descending instead. So BKE, a little bit of struggle as they rely on those smokes, and you can see how open it is on that descent.
Yeah, the smoke's dissipated, and the Galacticos will take full advantage of the situation. Spyro knocked down, and the rest of the Galacticos decides to go a little bit higher. Bit by bit, they take that space, but they are making sure that they don't get crossfired from the other side of the map. Getting that kill confirmed, great work. So it's 1 second, already knocked down here. But he say, don't count him out quite yet. Spraying the heck of Young Galacticos from the other side. And BKE, 3rd place, 12 eliminations. So much work! But Yango Galacticos will not be denied of their chicken dinner tonight. Gets it in the 3rd map and in the most fashionable way possible.
Like they always say, 3rd time's a charm. They've been consistently in the top 4. They were being shunned by the likes of Hive International, taking all the spotlight. And this time, the boys clad in purple, they finally get what they deserve. That #1 spot, that big bite of the chicken dinner, and this is perhaps just the starting point of them ramping up as the evening right now sees Yangon Galacticos now conquering the top step yet again, but this would still definitely be a chase up against Hive. As we saw, Hive only walked out with 3 points, but they still are holding firm towards the lead. This was a team effort, to say the very least. Murnat got taken out very early on, I would say. So YG, they had to play with only 3 members, but despite that, you saw it was immense control over the entire western corner map that allowed them that dominating run towards the tail end.
Yeah, Say Cloud was just so annoying to deal with all the way further out of the circle. High ground as well, which makes it really hard for any team to go for a rotation. But I do also really like the fact that for the rest of Young Galacticos, despite playing only as a 3, this was for the quietest map quite yet. They dropped in toward Georgia Pole this time around instead of the usual areas, #1. And #2, they decided to go in for a quieter start compared to the rest, going back to their previous playbook. Regardless, let's have a look at the highlights first before we go in on a deep dive.
Yangon Galacticos taking the top step this time around with a total of 11 eliminations and plenty of damage to offer. But what wowed us the most was how well both Black Eagles as well as MSI, they went toe-to-toe. They were basically clearing teams after teams who were trying to find footing by the hillside of Stauber, but overall, they were still overwhelmed by Yangon's very best. Hive International, despite them having the best spot possible, they were not really getting themselves into the best position because they were in the centerfold of the mix, and thereby they only walk out with 3 elimination points, but good enough to hold for some ranking points to say the very least. So this allows some opportunities for MSI to also leap and surge up ahead, but because of the chicken dinner, Yangon Galacticos gets to keep that second spot, and of course, man of the hour has to be Smile from Yangon Galacticos.
Big impact player as usual. I think 6 eliminations says a lot about what his impact is the entire game. He was moving around the other side of that circle. I think compared to before where we had Mernat leading that charge, it was him that filled in that space. I love the fact that they're still, I think, keeping that option alive as much as they are playing very, very aggressive early and going in for these eliminations, but they still have a second, I would say a second pager this time around that said, okay, our rotations are just not that great. We're getting knocked out a little bit too early despite getting so many elimination points. I think we should just try and even things out with the chicken dinner. After all, you still do need those chicken dinners in case of a tiebreaker, and one of the conditions of these tiebreakers, are those chicken dinners. For them right now, 21 points total, not as high as what Hive set off in the beginning of the day, but it is enough to really project them forward a bit, since that Hive did have a bit more of a quiet game. But I really wanted to highlight MSI and BKE this particular game. Such a different tune sang between both of these teams. Aggression was there. I think placements were there. Eliminations was there. And it was honestly a BKE that gate kept so many teams from being able to get into that final zone.
Yeah, and that was a giga jump for the side of BKE. They were somewhere in the middle of pack, or should I even say over on the lower end of the rung, and just with that one round finish, they moved all the way to the top 4 spot at the current point of time. Only 3 more for TO to try to play catch up, but overall, Hive International, they looked like they had that firm lead initially, but because this wasn't a high-flying round for them, now that lead gets cut to only 7 points to hold out for the meantime. MSI maintaining the order. They're in their perfect streak right now, so long as they can continue to do so, I won't be all too surprised that they would also be in the talking points of maybe claiming that top step as well.
Yeah, and I think that particular map was also quite brutal, if you ask me. I think 214 lost a player very, very early. And if anything, it was a map where it felt like everyone was going all out. After all, we are going to go for our first break already. It's already the halfway point of the day. So that's why a lot of these teams started to just really get online and really, really active. And I hope that from this as well, it should snowball to that second half of the day. We still have, I think, one more Erangel map before you head into Miramar as well. So there's a few last minute points you want to do, especially if you're already very, very good on Erangel. Regardless, we're going to be right back. And after this, more PUBG Mobile PMCL coming right back.
小僧、もっと近くへ来い。
来神の術未来神2の段
螺旋丸影分身の術
カトン豪華級の術千鳥
それが俺の人道だ。
雷鳴と共に散れ
しっかり見ててください。
俺は畑かかしって名前だ。
の任道だ。
雷鳴とともに散れ。
しっかり見ててください。
俺は畑かかしって名前だ。
小僧、もっと近くへ来い。
飛来神の術、飛来神2の段。
螺旋丸影分身の術。
カトン豪華級の術。
れが俺の人道だ。
雷鳴と共に散れ。
しっかり見ててください。
俺は畑かかしって名前だ。
トン豪華級の術螺旋丸螺旋丸これでどうだ。カトン豪華級の術ドトン導流壁
多重影分身の術
飛来神の術しらり
螺旋丸
Welcome back once again to the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia. We're just taking a little bit of time off for our players to get a quick bite and also reassess some of the strategies moving into the second half of our Week 2 Day 1. I think it's definitely been a great ride so far for Hive International as well as YG, but who else will step up to the challenge? That's what we're here to find out, Tash. And, if it's not them, then who exactly would it be?
I mean, we had a lot of hero moments in that previous match just now as well. I definitely wouldn't have expected to say BKE to put in that big of a fight against teams such as Young Galacticos or even, say, Hive, right? But here we are. MSI started to show their fangs as well, which looked really, really good. But a team that's been a little bit more quiet was 2-4, despite the fact that they had a pretty good day. But enough about that, because let's have a look at the collaborations that's going on in the game right now, because we have some really, really good ones. Starting off with Spider-Man, brand new day. It's already out in cinemas, by the way, starting from tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, but there are a few of us that's already watched it. It's looking really good. There's a new game mode going on as well, so please do check it out, because what a way to celebrate the growth of Spider-Man than, of course, this collaboration.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to also watch it in cinemas because, it's a long time since I've been there, but there's still much more stuff to check out here in PUBG Mobile. This one I'm absolutely thrilled about because we've been waiting to ride on the Scarlet Ferrari, and you guys don't have to wait any longer because in this brand new patch, we got this collaboration with Ferrari to finally bring it into the game. That's in version 4.5, so course, it's time to join in the legacy of elegance, a standard of performance, prepare to witness automotive excellence with Ferrari altogether.
Yeah, there's a lot going on right now in the game because we also have the collaboration with Naruto Shippuden. It's the Naruto Ninjas Assemble, and there's a new gameplay mode going on. If you do watch the pre-show, you actually see some of the players give their own tips on what exactly their strats are in the game. There's a lot of the ninja moves that's already been integrated into PUBG Mobile itself, so do find out for yourselves what's going on and what areas have been remade into some of the iconic places inside of Naruto itself.
Yeah, I really do wish that you could basically see, all the legendary ninjas on that top end of Stalberg. Can you just imagine that? Just stare at, all these great characters that they had back in Naruto, if you guys are fans of the anime. So once again, these are flashbacks of the predictions that we made earlier today. And I think that our trajectory is not too far off. We got
I'm
YG
wrong
on the mix. Hey, you
for
got
one of
MSI,
them.
who's actually climbing up.
Yeah,
214 is
2 out
going to
of
be
3.
able to get there. We'll see.
Yeah, 2 out of 3 is alright. I
I
agree.
guess I'm 2
mean,
out of 3 too.
no, Tio has been. I disagree with you. I mean, Tio has been playing pretty well. If you ask me, they had a few good rounds, maybe a little bit more of the sloppy side early, but they are consistently getting points throughout the entirety of today. So I would say that your predictions are pretty good compared to mine. I feel like 2-4 is a little bit more inconsistent. I feel they had these really good rounds, and they also had some really, really quiet ones. 2 out of 3 was a bit more quiet, and I would really hope that toward the second half of the day they might change that. But I kind of also hope, or at least my wish list for today, is to be able to see the newer teams really rise to the top as well, and we haven't really seen too much of that.
Yeah, I think what's really interesting is, the pop-off moments that we've gotten so far. I think BKE has impressive on that last round. We'll see if they could do it again, though they're not a new team. But hey, we're definitely looking forward for a whole lot of action here in Wrangle.
This is going to be the final one for today, match 4 out of 6 before we head into the final 2 matches. It's going to be Miramar. So this is where I would say it's a mad dash for many of these teams, at least for the first day, where you want to get as much points as you can, especially if you are a little bit more confident on this particular map. I would say that most of the flight paths today have been pretty okay. Oh, I love that Ninetales in the air just now. I just caught a glimpse of it. That looks gorgeous. Now coming back into the game once again, we're gonna go in straight from SMD all the way up to shooting range, so it's a little bit more skewed to the left side. So it's gonna be a problem for many teams if they do want to head toward maybe, I don't know, built up power. We do have a few teams dropping there. The Yellow Galacticos will still be going toward their usual drop spot over toward Novorobnoye. Now, since OV I think is planning on dropping toward SMD, my question is, are they actually going to challenge Yellow Galacticos obstacles there since it is a smaller bit of land compared to the amount of space that they have in hand.
Well, I think the wiser option is not to challenge them altogether so early on, since, you know, they can actually find a better access over onto the West Bridge rather than go all the way into Novo and, you know, have a little scuff fancy challenge that may not yield much of a result. And even better yet, now that that zone is appearing all the way up north, which means that they cannot afford to waste too much time inside the island, so they just really have to find ways to really get there really swiftly. Glad that you also pointed out the Nine-Tailed Fox, and all these players are already flexing some of all these amazing skins that they do have to equip it to a parachute. So never have I thought, you know, like you can ride the Fox all the way down into the map, and this is what the brand new patch is all about. All the cool stuff being offered by PUBG Mobile. Anyway, let's get it on, as we do have a lot of all these teams who are mainly situated on that mainland. I don't think this is too difficult of an area of play. It's more of a 50-50, whether if teams want to be on the south side of George or the north point of George or beyond that.
Interestingly enough, I loved seeing that map feed just now just because there's a lot going on since a lot of teams couldn't drop to where they wanted to. 214 this time headed all the way northern side towards Zarki. Georgia Pole very populated as well since the circle did spawn toward the northern side toward that area. So for me personally, teams that rotate a bit faster, I would have loved to see someone up onto that that hill by ruins or even hospital. We have CSU just hanging on toward the northern and even a little bit outer side of Georgia Pole as well. And surprisingly, on the second half of the day, we didn't get any hot drops or early fights compared to the last 3 maps as well, because we did see a few, I would say, either 4v4 or isolated fights, but never a full in regardless. And Hive as well, just really taking their time about really coming into that circle. So everyone this time around, I think maybe dinner sort of like gave them a bit of clarity. Maybe the hangriness is gone because they have already eaten, so they're not taking these early fights. But either way, it's a little bit more of a different start compared to earlier.
Yeah, it definitely seemed to be the case, and I just really love the fact that moving into this week 2, a lot of the teams have definitely know what's exactly at stake. Where if you do not get maximum points of whatever you can yield, then you may not see the grand finals by the end of this week. So definitely it is looking rather rough for some of the teams that, you know, made their debut so far. I think SNK as well as VIX, as much as they've tried so far, nothing has been working out just yet, but maybe there's just going to be some couple of opportunities if they could be a little bit more proactive, because they're still sitting by you know, singular digits. Same goes to Seven Sky, who's currently at 9 together with GC, but at least we get a little glimpse of hope coming from GC from the last round until they got picked off early. Other than that, I feel like maybe there is just some couple of ways that they could just deal with some of all these mid to late game strat. I think more importantly, mid game is something that they have to sort out before we even think about the end game, because I'm looking at them either being isolated, getting picked off, and of course we talked about troubles of rotation. VIX shows us a little bit of firepower and then it fizzles out really quickly. So I kind of want to see a little bit more coming from the team. Speaking of which, we see a little bit of drive coming from SNK into the territory hospital. Is this going to be a pickoff coming from Seven Sky? Well, certainly have missed that mark, so they're just going to let this one slide.
Coming back to what you said about VIX, yeah, I agree with you. They do try to execute. It's just their calling, I feel, that mid-rounding hasn't really been quite there yet. It just feels like, okay, we execute here, 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 but what's the mid-round? How are we going to be taking? How's the hold going to be looking like? How's the execution going to be looking like? Because in so many times in the last these fights, it's just them giving away these free 1v1s. And you are in a 4v4 team, which is why I really, really stress this as well. Now for Seven Sky, we did see some moments. Just now they had a nice angle played. And now in this situation, getting this early pickoff onto the KE players is good. It's a high CK that opens up this map with the first blood. And for him to be able to do this should be the right step in the right direction to really, I don't know, put the team into the right momentum. Still, no answers quite yet from the rest of KE. Master D2K is hanging around, hoping to see whether or not he can avenge his teammate, maybe get a pick off of his own. After all, this is going to be a hotly contested area. Jojo Paul is currently in the very, very middle of the zone. Still, not gonna be easiest to even come through here. He pops his head out. The question marks coming in here. Are they on the top of the building? Are they going to be at the windows? Because those high grounds can give so much information as well as positioning for Seven Sky, and they do not want to give it to them. In terms of points, they're both currently at 10.
It's definitely difficult to actually break this truce, but it's certainly one of them will be searching up ahead. And by the looks of it, it's still going to be a daunting task for KE to even move across the bridge. I don't think that's even at the back of their minds right now, but at the very least, there is that hovercraft parked right down below that should they ever choose to opt out of this battle, they could just quickly drop down over onto the waters and then get right across. So that will be the game plan for Astra OP. Then, of course, doubling down on that situation will not yield much of a result because Sky members, they are all swarming across this sector, so there's really not many areas that they could get by with. So all the best bet that they've got right now, move all the way up north, let them have this sector of the map, and then play up over the north point, start to choke other teams out. While all of this is happening, Pretzels find a little something by the outskirts, taking down Mo Wang from Team ABC. So I'm not quite sure where this plan coming from D2K is going to work out, because he's the one looking around. Astro says, man, we don't really got to hang out here for a long time. Pretzel confirms another one across the field. He's just got eagle eyes for days for 2 points in a row.
This is such a different tune sang by Hive here. Usually the way they fight has just been a little bit more all in. They love to swarm coming in. And now they're taking a different approach. They're going in for these long-range pickoffs, and they have so much space in their hands. In fact, they've kind of got into a 2-2 formation where 2 members are on the northern side of the map and the other 2 is on the southern side of the river, because they can't really see where exactly the rotations are gonna go. But I think this circle shift should give them an idea that both those areas might not necessarily be inside of the zone itself. So to start to see a mad dash coming in from Hive, they don't want to hang around there, especially since the Great Migration will be happening. OV's coming through, TO as well, and you don't really want to take this fight, especially when you don't have a lot of space to work with.
That's true, and overall, if we take a look at some of the teams that are lurking over onto the blue zone, YG have just made their advancement out of the island into a deeper area of play, but it's still pretty far away from where they need to be. So I'm going to be a little bit concerned for them, not going to lie. So do they enter through ruins, or do they swerve all the way up towards the north point is going to be a big question. But we'll leave that for much, much later. While Time Esports driving by with a couple of teams right ahead of them, and that's going to be BKE. Going for a couple of all these shots. It doesn't seem like it will make any form of progress at all. And more teams, they're just looking to park up ahead. But Doss, I mean, he's sitting around for not entirely sure what exactly that was. But Claire, he's just not going to miss a free opportunity given to him.
Literally fell asleep at the wheel. Probably was trying to find exactly where the players are going to be. And now Time are just completely swarming this area as well, trying to make sure that none of their teammates actually gets traded out or at least picked off. But 214 is here, and they are actually putting in that pressure. Dale does cross by, a bit of chip damage, and even a knock somehow. A bit of over-aggression, even a bit more too much, as Dale goes for one more. 214, the biggest mistake is giving these 1v1s, possibly underestimating the firepower that Dale was able to bring. It was so smooth the way he was able to jump out of the vehicle and immediately get those first shots. As far as Xiaojia, now in trouble, getting completely swarmed from different angles. We talked a lot about Vix already, about how the execution's going to be here. And this time around, looking a lot better with how they crossfire and play off one another. A lot of respect given here.
Yeah, this is the most active we've seen them playing inside of Wrangle, and you can see everyone's desperate for those points, but Rare is all alone and through the smokes, and somehow he clipped one. But is that going to be enough? He confirms the number, at least bringing 1 point back, but that's not going to be enough. From up above comes Scythe with one final tap, and ABC, they're going to be down for the gutter for the moment. 2 points gained for the side of VIX, where all these teams scrambling for the space has given us a lot of early action, and we're bound for even more. We got SNK, KE, GC. I would say Devon won't be doing all too much from that corner, but he's being marked by Tova from right across, so this is no good news. And even worse yet, that zone, it pops further away back into the upper ends of Georgia Pole, so this is not going to be great for some teams, whereas those who have already planted themselves there, this is just great time for them to find a space to hold out.
Well, it seems getting very active right now. Now that we already have pretty much a confirm on where exactly the trajectory of the shifts are going to be. Young Galacticos, once again, keeping some teams out, and in fact, gonna hunker down here towards shooting range. They're not really gonna go into the area itself, but rather just hold in and use that as sort of like a cover. In our northern side, we also are looking at MSI. They did show their hand toward Young Galacticos, possibly realizing it was Young Galacticos. They said, you know what, we don't really want to force these fights super early. Let's find a different way into the area and into the zone. I think that MSI, one thing's for sure though, they've been really, really aware on which teams they're willing to go all in for and which teams they're willing to just really kind of like take a step back, especially since it is still stage 3. You don't want to lose any more players, and most importantly, in this, I think, stage of the game, if you're not, I think, into a position where you want to be forced into these fights, you can kind of opt to go for a more passive approach, prioritize positioning, prioritize zone control before you really go in. And speaking of going in, we saw a player getting knocked down already, trying to rotate through. HYB also marking the players of MSI. Kotuo just now pops his head out just to see whether or not he can get a bit of information, and as he does, the answer back were just bullets pelted to his head.
Ooh, very risky play coming in from Kotuo, but at the very least, Hype, they do have ample of open areas that they could basically swarm this compound. MSI, they're not going to let this one slide for free since they got Salving caught out and all eyes are on them at this very point in time. The question here remains is that are more teams going to join the party as well, since this is still kind of within the grasp of the upcoming zone, but most likely than not, we would expect more of these teams to slowly play it out by the corners. And we've seen him do some nasty clutches before, and he finds a little bit of angle up against MSI, forcing them to at least pelt out a couple of smokes. So this is definitely going to matter a whole lot for that late game. Once those resources diminish is where MSI would be infiltrated by a lot of all these other teams. But for the meantime, it is not going to be all too much of a commotion just yet, but here's another strike. One more knock sent their way, and this is go time for HYB.
Still have to worry about the rest of MSI here. If they're able to play together and just really pressure, it could just change the trajectory of this fight. But a knockdown is imminent. HYB showing a lot of dominance in this throwable play. Still have to find one more member. And he's making a beeline, wanting to go for the revive. Cannot do more. You was been very, very proficient with those shots, with those pickoffs as well. You don't want to cross, I think, cross angles or cross paths against this player. KE already eliminated, only one elimination on top of that as well. So you could tell it's very painful in terms of points.
It really is a lost cause right there. Meanwhile, HYB so far rallying through those 3 big numbers that they've gotten so far. It really projects them very well up ahead. Meanwhile, the rest of Observation Esports still lingering around the edges all the way on the southeast. So plenty to play for. Whereas for the likes of many who are in the center ground, they're keeping themselves very much occupied. 4 points gained from inside Observation Esports, while VIX is also looking for a 1v1 challenge. But I don't think that's a great choice because Clay, he's got that hovercraft favoring him for the moment. And from the likes of it, this is just going to be a rough one to deal with. So Sive's just gonna find himself a little bit more cover, safe from harm's way, as the rest of Observation Esports continue to give him a little bit of a piling pressure, and there's still more teams lurking around the vicinity as North George is just absolutely congested.
And for good reason, it's just terrains and compounds as well. OV has a lot of space to work with. They have a terrain to work with. They have an outer area as well, since the majority of teams are currently, I would say, a little bit more packed toward the southern side. Yango Galactico's positioning is also really fun to see as well. All the way northern side, super far out the circle just to catch any stragglers and also keep them away from these forced fights. Now, as for GC, we haven't really seen too much of them today. Crazy Ying's already out. And I think in so many situations, GC did try to find, I would say, a situation where they were able to rotate safely, but it just feels like game awareness, they're not there quite yet. And now toe-to-toe up against Hive is going to be even worse, as Ramon does throw out a throwable. Pretzel, at the very least, already knocked out, but he has the majority of eliminations for this particular team. Some pre-fires come through for Monboy, and I think a cooked nade as well. Walks through, moves away. Great timing and read of what the possibility of play is going to be here. But because the smoke is around and the lack of information is still going to be somewhat of a stalemate. Both teams are just throwing out throwables, blind shots around, hoping to catch somewhat off guard. But it's Hive, that gets caught off guard here, as Monboy does get away with 2. Despite losing so many members, he becomes the hero you need to keep his team in the game.
Wow, that swing really was for the money right there. Boy salvages whatever he can, and that was what it was all about. Hive International, they stay put, and it's still 7 points gained. And overall, this definitely gives them a surgical chance to maintain the order, because YG was closing in from that past round. Now, everything's pretty much possible towards the end game, but they still have more fishes to fry, especially around that vicinity of North George. Though they are brought down to size, we'll see whether or not can the rest of CS will be able to actually give them a little bit more pressure later on. Now, we can see over on the north point of the zone, a lot of the area has been vacated, so some teams might be able to make their way upwards. So it is still a daunting task for those, because they're over on the outside. Teams will definitely be marking the location, so it is not going to be an easy task for teams to simply just drive by. While inside of North George, it is definitely hard to vacate some of the areas, and now it is about time that we see some of the teams step outside of the apartment as they go in for a 1v1 challenge. Wako barely surviving, and that big attempt as he charges forward will be able to bring the point backwards sky high.
Speaking of Sky, 7 Sky has been a team that is a little bit more quiet early this particular game, but this might just be one of their deeper runs today. If anything, they were able to get, I think, an elimination or 2 or 3 will be the right amount they already have here. Just really kind of like catapulting them up a little bit more further compared to GC, which they had crossed paths earlier. Now, as for OV, they are the teams putting in that pressure. Granted that they were inside of the circle first, and Young Galacticos took too much time to rotate over. 2 of their members already knocked down. They do have that smoke cover. And the rest of their teams their teammates, are there trying to just find a cross to be able to relieve the pressure that's being put down by Janboy here. But Janboy is so aware of it. He's taking full control of this terrain. He knows what he can do here with this off angle as well.
Yeah, just a prime position for Jan to really give a hold towards the rest of Yangon Galacticos. But they were allowed to actually go for that reset, so perhaps there is still going to be moments where YG could still look for a second coming. Well, you got to dodge that big nade, and it does actually hop outwards, but that was just a decoy with the smokes. That throws him off of that position, and perhaps there is still going to be a little bit of a challenge here, as we see Genji is now being sent upwards. And now the big question remains is that can he just find maybe a little something more? Doesn't seem to be the case for the moment. Well, we still continue on with the action here. OV versus YG, and it is Small that had to push through. Couldn't find an angle at all. Kid still up ahead as he is just peppering down members after members of YG.
And I love this coming from them as well. We saw the aggression, but we haven't really been able to see the execution. This time around, there's a lot of pressure coming in from multiple angles and the ability to play together as a team. Now, you can't really count out players like Say Cloud quite yet. We've seen some insane 1v3s before. Drops into the car quickly, but oh my god, it's Hades that steals away that one final point. And Yellow Galacticos, this is their earliest retreat yet from the map and their lowest amount of points they've gotten today, since many of these teams sort of woken up after the second half and decided to go a little bit more aggressive. Circle shift once again going toward the southern side, favoring the buildings and the towns as well. If anything, anyone inside of the compounds are going to have a tough time trying to differentiate who exactly is inside a compound and who's not. All angles, there'll be a lot of suspicions around, a lot of paranoia as well.
Yeah, it is definitely a very arduous task to even try to push out here. They're thinking about it. All they really want to do is just to hold on as long as possible. We can't really blame certain teams to crash out so early, such as YG, because it wasn't all too optimal for them to really go in for that wide ramp. They were also the team who joined in the latest inside of the zone as well. Although they did manage to get an inkling of how to play out over the north, it doesn't seem like that spot was feasible, especially when you are pushing out by stage 5 onwards. So this is the time now for 214 to take a chance, but that chance doesn't come all too easy. Play Junior just rampages them through, and this has been the biggest round for Observation Esports so far. 9 points, even surpassing the likes of Hive International, and for the matter of fact, they still have the full squad up on their side. Meanwhile, the nades are perfectly cooked, coming in from the side of BKE, but that push, not too much though. CO2, last dire attempt, and it does seem like BKE has gotten the hang of all these duels.
Yeah, BKE is doing great just now. Ever since that previous map, they're just really riding that high. It felt like HYB had an idea on how to do it, but breaching a compound is not going to be easy, and BKE was very ready for that possibility. Code2O did try, and there's so many rounds that Code2O did try to pull a hero play. He has been able to, but you can't rely on him to be able to do so every single map, and not against a team such as BKE that have their priorities in order when it comes to holding down the lines, the angles and corners when it comes to defending a compound. Now we go toward VIX, another team that I'm quite surprised had survived this far into the game, since they didn't really have the best of runs today in so many maps, but now even as a 2, they're just really hunkering down. They're just really changing up the pace on how aggressive they are and just prioritizing survivability. And that's also a strat that I believe a lot of teams should be able to do, just really slowing it down. CSU has been doing that for the past few maps as well. We didn't really see them get too active, but the problem with CSU is that not only were they not really able to get those really win those fights or even duels, but getting knocked out early without any placement points has been a big problem for them as well, despite the fact that trying to play placements.
Yeah, at the very least, now they go into the later stage of the game with 4 members still intact. The couple of rounds that they had was like only Pang left alive, or maybe one other player left alive, to try to squeeze as much placement points as possible. This time, they do have a fighting chance. I dare say the same about Seven Sky as well, who has gotten all 4 members on board. As much as we see a weakened side of Hive International with only 2 more remaining, but the damage has been dealt. They've got those 8 points, so they make it even. But if they can find a few more drop of points, maybe take a couple of members out from BKE, then that should be good enough of a quota for them to still maintain the order. Whereas Observation Esports, they have been conquering up the North Point. They have refused to join in the party inside departments, but I believe they are eventually forced to also go into the mix of the party as well. So what exactly is going to be the call here? Do you just randomly charge into an apartment and maybe just try to storm through, or do you just take it as slow as possible? Does seem like it's going to be the latter for the time being. Vix has no option but to just hide out for the meantime, but that nade perfectly cooked and executed from the side of Mom Boy to take out the entirety of BKE.
And Hive is possibly back. Took them a while to get here. A bit more quiet toward the last few moments of that last map, but now it just feels like they finally found their groove once again. And it's really scary when you're up against a team like this that is able to just really pull themselves together, go next, and then just go again huge on this map in particular. And you know, surprisingly on this particular map, it's teams that we don't expect to survive this long that is still on that top 5. VIX, Seven Sky, CSU, they are currently at the bottom of the ladder. OV that usually gets picked off toward the mid side of the game, and Hive finding their groove once again. So interesting. This particular map has been so different than what we're used to seeing in the previous, I would say, first half of the day as well. As
Yeah.
Lord tries to find a different way into the zone, worrying about where exactly the players of Hive are going to be. And it's good seeing CSU finding that early pickoff onto Vix. Huoxuan eager to get this pickoff and that point as well.
Yeah, I'm loving the fact that they are splitting 2-2 in the form of their takings right now. 2 to take care of Observation Esports and another 2 to conquer on that south side. And that has basically paid off dividendly because those knocks over onto the Observation Esports reminds them that this is not going to be an easy task for you to come into the zone. And it will remain to be so. You can take a look at that UAZ. It's already smoked up, so they don't have that option to crash in with that vehicle. So what exactly are the chances is for them to maybe seek out that final member of VIX for the moment? Easier said than done. He will play as passively as possible. Meanwhile, you can see that Tang is getting a little bit more active. He is going from wall to wall right now. And perhaps by doing so, he could easily squeeze an angle up against those members of Observation. There you go. Just bird's eye view. The moment that they stand up, that's when they will get caught out. So risky moves from OV. Meanwhile, range from Hive gets the job done again up against the rest of Seven Sky, and they are sent running wall to wall.
Range can always have to be wary of him. You'd think you've marked the Hive players in different buildings, but you have to be wary. There's always going to be a player or two that's just going a different way here. Oshan making the most out of his angle and making it hurt for Vix as well. Marcus barely survived that encounter. Half his HP has been chunked down here. 7 eliminations from CSU. What a different look to this team compared to the beginning of the day. Marcus is still very much alive. And since CSU had showed their hand, Seven Sky is looking to challenge.
Yeah, and it's definitely a great challenge for them to take as well. Marcos is running out of space already, so it's only a matter of time. He's just trying to buy a couple more seconds in. Meanwhile, more knocks, and it's going to be a trade out between both CSU as well as those members up above on Observation Esports. Now they mark onto both at the same time, and that nade was perfectly cooked, and this opens that space for Seven Sky.
Oh man, Seven Sky looking really good right now for that opening. And now for the rest of the team, just confirming the last few pickoffs there. CSU, we just talked about how it looked very different for them, how aggressive they are, how many eliminations they've got already in terms of points is 5. But unfortunately for them, looking really weak right now compared to the rest. As for OV, wow, Rex unfortunately walked it straight into that nade. But Kid is still around, the player that makes a difference and the impact as well. But he's barely alive. And as for a player of Hive, they have so many trajectories, a low angle, a high angle. I don't think Kid's going to be able to go back for that pickoff. And on top of that as well, he's crunched from the players of CSU on the other side.
He's just trying to ensure that the rest of Hive don't push through all too easily, but it does not stop them whatsoever. So he still has to go for the last stand, just hugging by the corner wall, barely surviving. Then he does find that pickup. Does he have enough to take down Momboy as he's being pinched towards the corner of the sector? Momboy looking for a wide wraparound. The blue zone's approaching, so he's running out of that space. Hive, Kid, he's got no more mets, nothing whatsoever for him to work with. So he's got a duel with that one tap. He finds it. He took out Hive International by himself.
Man, Hive was just not ready for that solo push. Unintentionally giving out those 1v1s. And none of the teams that were at the top today and in history before is playing in this top 4. OV, CSU, Seven Sky. Vix, all members out already. Seven Sky is running out of space. Rushes through forward, has a bit of cover with those smokes. Aware that Kid is currently at the bottom side. Kid tries his best to spray through, but Ting was ready for it. Eliminated OV. But amount of points OV got in this game has been massive. Puts in the damage, and somehow his strafes are just phenomenal. CSU get that intentional chicken dinner by the skin of their teeth, and somehow it looked really good. And a hero play is what we get from them.
That was the craziest chicken dinner of the day. Changshu Dragon gets their first chicken dinner of week 2. That was certainly impressive. You saw they were just being pinched from multiple angles because they went for that 2-2 split where they got suppressed by that big grenade coming in from Seven Sky. And then after that, there was only one chance, and that was a revive onto Hong, which they did manage to do. And then that final member just leaped out a window, hoping for something. He gets the 1v1, and then down to the final duke out, he brings out that S2K and has managed to close out the entire game with that jump shot and eventually clinch this chicken dinner. I wish we get those replay in full cycle because they absolutely deserve this massive victory.
Honestly, Ho-Xuan as well as Tings have been crazy this particular. Ho-Xuan had so many, I would say, straggler kills that he was able to do. 4 knockouts in total, and 3 of them were eliminated. That's how crazy this guy is. Regardless, let's have a look at how CSU managed to get a chicken dinner because honestly, it was crazy.
Tash, you were absolutely right that some of the teams just need to cure their hunger, and they are just absolutely rejoicing. We see all these teams, they surge out of nowhere, and the craziest chicken dinner out of the games played so far. Changshu Dragon clinched it by the skin of their teeth with 11 points.
You know what? At least for anything, Hive still managed to get that 3rd place finish. 13 eliminations to come through as well. So I would say that they are very, very so back despite not getting that chicken dinner. Looking a little bit more different than the previous map where they were getting knocked out very, very early with only, I think, 3 eliminations. I think if you were to make a contrast to that as well. So Hive looking sort of, I would say, consistent throughout the entirety of today. But for now, our MVP is going to be Tings. That was insane, the way he ended the game as well. It was honestly, by the end, by the skin of his teeth. And honestly, that was a little bit more advantage for the other team. But for him, he was able to just really strafe it, the bigger guns, and taking advantage of the fact that he had more HP compared to the rest as well. 6 knockouts in total with a 1.2k damage shows how much impact this guy has brought to the team. I mean, to be fair, when you look at CSU the entirety of today, him and Ho-Xuan has been I would say lighting the kill feed despite them getting knocked out early. and with that gives them 21 points, which is a lot more than their current amount of points that they've collected throughout the entirety of the 4 maps played.
Yeah, I can't help but to really look at how much aura these boys have overall on their photo shoot as well. I mean, those good looks are paired with lethal numbers to book out as well. So I'm seeing massive potential in this team to continue on thriving as well. So I hope it's not just a one-hit wonder, because we're seeing some of all the other teams also moving up the charts, especially Seven Sky. This has been their biggest round with 11 points, and we finally get to see Observation Esports coming back from the gutter, as they've had some really rough runs. This time, those 60 points definitely gives them a little bit of an edge to now move into that 6th spot. So CSU, just with that one chicken dinner, they tie with BKE and they move into that 4th spot. So that's the difference of a chicken dinner, and I believe other teams, when they are looking at those numbers in particular, they're definitely motivated to also earn their next chicken dinner.
Honestly, we aren't really gonna see a big shift from 1, 2, and 3, since they have, I think, made a big wiggle room and a lot of space for error as well with the rest. But for the middle side of the pack, well, there's a story in itself that we're going to be seeing. It's going to be a lot of shifts, a lot of question marks on who exactly will be, I would say, will be taking in that 4th to 6th slot, right? Because if anything, if not anything is set in stone quite yet. We have players, teams like CSU that has really been surprising us, OV as well, that's been quite consistent, but unfortunately gets knocked out a bit more early. This is one of their better runs quite yet. Even BKE has shocked us on that 3rd map as well. Hard to say how things are gonna go, especially since it's day 1. People are, all the teams are still kind of navigating the different teams are playing and not playing. I am super excited to see how Miramar is gonna be, because it's about to be very, very different.
That's right. We're going to go on a quick break, and we'll be back for even more action in the Dusty Dunes. The race is on, and we finally saw a change of scenario where we're moving into the dusty dunes of Miramar, and of course we celebrated the crazy chicken dinner coming out of Changshu Dragons, and maybe there's even more to offer here in Miramar. And I wonder, is this a good thing or a bad thing for teams? But I'm pretty sure teams that have been struggling, they do appreciate a little bit of a shift.
Yeah, I think in this map as well, it's hard to really say what will happen. After all, this is going to be the first Miramar of the week. We don't know who drops where. We don't know what the strats are going to be. If anything, if we were to go back to history, Miramar very quiet early. But as someone that casts and watches the game, I want early fight, I want bloodshed, and most importantly, I love early knife fights.
Me too. And overall, I'm just looking forward to see who's going to be the big victors here moving into Miramar as we go deep diving through the skies in for our penultimate round of day 1, week 2.
We talked a little bit about slower starts. I am curious to see if it will be a slower start or an early one. Now that we have a more, I would say, safer flight path, La Croberia, all the way down to the southern side toward Partona-ish, if you ask me. And I think this allows for everyone to drop where they want to. I think in this situation, I think last year, we talked a lot about the Filipino teams, about like where in particular they were gonna drop, what they're gonna do, and they were the type of team that didn't really have a set drop spot. They like just dropped wherever the heck they wanted. But things have changed now, since they have started to really integrate into the system and have their own way of rotations and style of play. But God, do I miss those days.
Yeah, I think, like, of course, they have been adapting really well, and I do spot, like, certain teams. They do have a preferred location. Sometimes it's just, like, the flight does not really allow you to have, you know, that kind of fixed plan as well. Like, you think about Hive International, they always love those center points, so you expect them to move to areas like Picado, areas like, you know, we've seen them a whole bunch inside of Pachinki, back in Wrangell. They will do exactly just that because it allows you for a great chance of rotation to any location in the map. And as a matter of fact, right now, this is absolutely centralized. So fair game for all. The big question now it remains that is it going to go into those deep valleys? And we're starting off strong in Hacienda del Patron. A big one coming from GC with a double.
And I think GC is starting to wake up to the fact that they are so behind compared to the rest of the teams. Only with 12 points, already getting too early. This is already a huge thing for them as well. Kim making sure that he keeps his head low, that Angle wasn't being able to be abused by Dale as well. And for good reason. A player like Dale that was able to win these 1v2s is just very scary to deal with. Crazy Ying that got knocked out very early this time around. Redemption round. Being able to find that final straggler. And Time gets knocked out super early. And they're looking to just increase the lead between the two teams.
Wow, I also do love the fact that it has been absolutely clean. Usually when you take a look at all these kind of Hacienda battles between whatever team that's inbound, more likely than not, they will limp out with maybe one member, two member left after a scuffle. But overall, that has been one of the best that we've seen out of GC. And of course, that boosts their morale a little bit more as we had, you know, new added signs over onto Patona. Another passive start from the side of Viggs, but I kind of wish to see when exactly this team opts to play a little bit more central ground or maybe just basically have better rotations. Because when you start by the edge of Miramar, you're going to play that waiting game. You're going to have to really slowly go for that deep dive of a rotation, which I'm not really much of a fan of. So that is what is to be expected for a team that is still trying to vie for points. But who can blame them, right? When we take a look at mid-pack all the way down low to 13th. 1 point separates Vikes from ABC, and then right down below is GC, who's just gained their 4 points. But in one great surge of maybe winning 1 or 2 battles, you could easily see them leapfrog up ahead. So this is what this whole league is about. So I would dare say that is still relatively competitive somewhere in the midfield. But those who are above the 8th position, it really seemed like there is a lot more for them to really fend for because it's been so top heavy for the past couple of rounds.
I like this shift. This is really good. My wish list for this particular tournament has to be being able to see other teams from different PMNCs really step it up and just really show that there's a little bit more in this wildcard region. Regardless, Tio as well has had a pretty good day, if you ask me. Very consistent throughout, regardless of everything as well. And they've really parked themselves in the very, very middle of the map. Close by to KE. And I think San Martin is currently fully in their control.
Yeah, and I think like overall, TO has been a team that have always had great prowess when it comes down to duels inside Miramar because they do have long range abilities for them to really attack teams from afar. You could say pretty much the same about both Hive as well as YG in that category as well. So other than those names mentioned, 214 is also another outlier. Like they don't always have those pop-offs in Erangel, but when it comes down to Miramar, boy, do they really look good. I may actually glaze them a little bit early here because we have yet to move into the later stages of the game, but more often than not, in the past 214 or even MSI, they have great track record here. So just basing off that, they kind of have the know-how at the very least. But of course, things may not always work according to what's being planned out. Since it's still pretty much a neutral state, there is definitely a lot to play for here. Hive International, we still see them at the top of the board with a very healthy lead. So with another round to maintain the order, it will make things very difficult for the rest of the teams to really play catch up from the upcoming days because we only got these two maps left. And let's just say maybe YG, MSI, or CSU, they suddenly have big rounds. It's still not gonna hurt them all too much.
Yeah, we actually it's just like we anticipated. We saw an early fight toward San Martin, or was it Hacienda de Petron?
Hacienda.
But yeah, Hacienda. But the rest of the teams, we aren't seeing them getting too active. Vix, excuse me, is just hanging around Partona. They haven't shown any movement at all. I think they're hoping to let other teams rotate into the zone first before they come through. And the rest that have already made a beeline into the zone have already gotten very comfortable with their own angles. It's kind of reminiscent to what we saw from 214, or was it MSI on map 1. They just get comfortable very early, hoping for they don't have to leave the compound or rotate out a little bit much. But it comes at a detriment of the amount of kills or eliminations they're going to be getting later down the line. And I feel like in this day and age, in this format in particular, you don't get too much from placements like you used to. You have to get somewhat active. And if anything, this is a great indicator that a lot of teams don't want to take these early fights. We might be going into stage 6 with possibly, I think, 2/3 of the lobby very much alive and healthy as a 4.
I do agree with you. And of course, from the past couple of track records that we do have in Miramar or even past couple of seasons ago, most of the time when we take a look at PMCL SEA, a lot of the teams here thrive in close quarter combat. So they have gradually improved onto adapting into Miramar with some names I mentioned who are stellar at that. But maybe half of the party, they don't exactly feel all the best in comfort because they don't really load out something like a DMR. A Mini 14 will usually be the usual weapon of choice, but more often than not, they're still sticking with things like M4 or even some of all these SMGs halfway in between. Speaking of SMG, you can already see Master Lion is just going in for that Scar as well as UMP. Very good for mid-range, short range, but from this angle to try to catch somebody else from the other warehouse, I would say it's a fancy opportunity maybe, but it is more likely than not landing shots, just like the Von here. Same kind of equipments, but not really yielding the best of results because you're not exactly having the right tools for the trade. So kind of want to see that change maybe gradually down the stretch. So hopefully there's something.
Oh, nah. That's what you get for just randomly spraying with a weapon that you shouldn't. It gives away your position, and there will 100% be consequences, as we saw. OV is getting very active right now. You saw teams coming through. Rex nearly gets a pickoff in that rotation, and that was hella dangerous.
That was scary, man. Like, this is
Yeah.
what Miramar offers, right? The element of surprise. You could be tagged from all the way downtown. And you gotta always keep your eyes on your six as well as your entire surrounding. But that's kind of on KE as well, right? Because they put themselves in a spot where they could see everybody, but everybody could spot them if they attract a lot of attention as well. Devon going for another attempt. But I believe that's not going to be all too much. But I do see a member of KE who is around that area. So they are absolutely spread thin. The rest of KE, though, maybe have certain answers to this kind of commotion that they've actually signed up for. Meanwhile, going back towards BKE, this team has been pretty thrilling to watch, to say the very least. They had 2 big rounds. Some rounds were mediocre, but maybe they're up to something here up against Hive.
Oh man. Hive, I don't think they're gonna be super aggressive right now as well, but they are marking. Trying to make sure that they're gonna have a clear trajectory before they go in for this fight as well. After all, despite the fact that this area looks like it's lit up with so many different teams, the lack of information and the angles are keeping the teams at bay here. The high grounds that you don't know that there's gonna be someone at the top side there scoped up with the weapon. Which is why Hive is keeping their head a bit low right now. We're not seeing the aggression really come through until anything is confirmed. And the same could be said about Seven Sky and Tio. You have Godspeed here just really marking them for the longest of times. Tio hasn't moved from San Martin for, I think, from the beginning of the game. We're about like, what? I think 5 minutes-ish already into the game. And they're not really looking to get active either. Many of these teams are waiting. And I think we won't see movement up until stage 3 before a lot of teams really finalize whether or not they want to go for these all-ins.
Yeah, certainly in the early Spanish stage, you don't want to lose members because every member is very important when it comes down to Miramar, where whenever you go for that duel in that late game, it is going to be costly if you're either a man down or even 2, where everybody else can just basically take different terrains, different angles to really land those kind of pot shots. And just the thought of it is already daunting enough. And you can already tell Master Ichi, he is trying to cook up some plan up against those members down below. And that's what I do believe to be Hive International. You see their health bars, they're getting tagged from all across the corner, and this is a very vulnerable spot that they're taking here. And TO is definitely not a team that lets off another so easily. But the good news for Hive is that they are currently at the direct center, though that spot looks a little scuffed. It looks like it could be charged from multiple directions, but at least for the time being, they're going to be able to hold out.
Oh man. Interesting enough, one of the players for ABC, Zero, almost at 0 health right now, but should be able to go for that reset. Skedaddles away. It's a bit of free fire, but nothing more than that. KH on the side there, keeping a close eye on those rotators, but unfortunately for them, not able to just really put in the damage and even trade it out by 214 over in the distance. Min has been doing God's work today, being able to third party and steal away some knocks and eliminations, right as teams are just really getting busy with other teams as well. 214, very, very opportunistic team. But despite the good start, they weren't able to continue that momentum all the way till now. Just now, that knockdown by Min wasn't able to be taken away in terms of points either. So Godspeed should be able to get that revive as well, which is so unfortunate for 214 because they've been stagnating at 19 points for a while already.
Yeah, and they definitely need those chunk of points right at this moment. But those tags proven to be pretty lethal. It's going to be Hive that actually claims the number right here as they were stranded out in the open fields, whereas over onto the graveyard territory, it is Helter Skelter for the rest of BKE charging into the church facility, and Meow Meow's getting himself ready. And despite Jimmy being knocked down, they can still fend for a whole lot more. Nate now being primed up, not really finding the opportunity right there. Mix on the outskirts, gets one off the block up against MSI. And this commotion's not going to be ending all too soon. SNK, few members, buying a little bit of time, but there will be a reset to be pulled through by the side of BKE. So just by the looks of it, this is just difficult for them to even find an entry.
I'm loving the fact that SNK is fighting back. With only 6 points left, you want to be able to just really start off somewhere with not getting knocked down early, but still no kill confirmed. And Meow Meow wasn't aware that Scythe was close by as well. So now we know there is a hand joining in, a third party that's just really hoping to jump into this fight. And since Spyro and the rest of BKE realizes this, they started to just move away, disengage for that fight. And Vix here questioning, okay, we got those pickoffs, we got 1 point already. But how can we go for the rest since the teams are disengaging? Do we just wait here? Or do we find a different way to approach this fight?
Ooh, it does seem like the way to go is to blow somebody up as Magic actually finds that connection over onto the corner of the wall, bouncing it through, and that sends BKE once again limping. It's just tough that they were kind of sandwiched in between a couple of teams that's been hovering around the outskirts, so there is just no safe reprieve whatsoever for the side of BKE. Now the only healthy member is going to be Spyro. I don't think that he could even step out to go in for the rescue, so maybe 1 sec, he's just going to be bleeding out from the open fields. And it makes a lot of sense why all these teams are basically swarming over onto the edge of Graveyard, because there's not really much space other than the valley to play out here. And very likely than not, it will still end up in that open terrain, which is so tough to play out. Whereas you take a look at the other half, they're planted over on the top ends of the hill on the western plains, just by the edge of power plant. So we expect a lot of battles to take place on that corner map as well in maybe the next 30 seconds or so.
KE still get kept out of the zone. 2 and 4 doing a great job of just being able to just lock them out on the outside. If the time, or if they're able to just buy a bit more time, they can work in tandem with that blue zone, just really chunking down their HP, and then just really stealing away their heads if they can. Claire, as well as Hades, different angles held, even different trajectories. And because of that, KE not only not able to go into the zone, but they're still gonna try to though. They force their way in and they do just that, but at the cost of one of their players' HPs. Astro P barely alive. Master D2K also still needs a bit of a patch up. They're already very unhealthy. 3 players only in the game. But KE still trying. You have Escape in that front line, hoping to play first contact.
Well, at least the dust has settled for quite a bit, because teams are now plotting to try to find some wiggle room to cover themselves with. But every single nook and cranny right now from that space over onto this hillside is now being preoccupied. And 214 is making it rather difficult for the rest of the party to just stay afloat. There's 2 members of YG who kind of moved around this area, and this is the final 2 that we're looking at here. KE sets their sight upon him, and Astro taking the chance, shreds him down to 50%. Scythe on the other side of the map finds Jimmy out of SNK. So KE is just gonna make life miserable for the rest of Yangon Galacticos, and even 214 once in on that Lone Ranger right now. Well, there is another teammate that is gonna be on the other side, but every man's for himself at this moment for Yangon Galacticos. Probably the poorest start that they had so far.
SNK still alive. It's gonna be Meow Meow coming through here. Oh, well, that was short-lived. I was so excited to hype them up, but Spyro was so quick to shut him down. What a very unfortunate situation to be in. But they rally back this round, looking a little bit better. I think they ended the round with 11 points, which is not the best, but definitely a little bit better than how we started today. KE still stuck in the wings, and this situation a little bit better as well, since they are the team that's fully in the middle of the circle compared to the likes of, say, 214. But the downside is, well, the terrain is not in their favor. They're stuck between ABC and 214. Yango Galacticos is coming through here. I'm wondering how exactly do they want to move forward, since the circle did shift once again. Are they going to take a fight against ABC? But the rush through comes in for 214. I think they're just going to try and force it. Excuse me.
Yeah, I really do think that there's no really any alternatives for them to really fend out up against some of these teams, but to just plow a certain trajectory, and they are just taking it up to the rest of KE, which is much more doable since it's only going to be a 1-man army for the side of KE. Their run will be over this time, but 214, they got those 4-pointer on their back. They're certainly happy about that situation. Peng now pushing through. He's going to find a little something up against Seven Sky, just like a rematch that they had from the previous round. And those nades are doing them good. Hank's gonna find that double, and perhaps even more. It's not being claimed just yet because everyone's got their hands pretty much busy with TO securing one more. That definitely confirms that 7 Sky, they will walk out. Not a single point being gained at all. CSU has been spotted out at the very same time due to the crazy angle that Godspeed is currently working with.
A lot of the TO members have this nice high off angles played. Crossfire set up as well, which looks really good. Godspeed managed to get 3 just in that one moment, in that one angle hold. And it's looking really good for this particular team, but spoke too soon because Young Galacticos decide to join in on the fray. 1 member knocked down already, 1 knocked. And for TO, what exactly are you gonna do here? Since you did try and shred the members of CSU to shreds, somehow throughout all of that, CSU was able to bring themselves alive once more. Bang, spoke too soon, did get knocked down, but for the rest, waiting in the wings, being very patient, but Romeo gets caught out there. It's gonna be Hive, of course. Decides to come through in the panic, into the fray, and into that chaos as Ho Xuan still finds a way to make things competitive. He wants to try to find KH here, but didn't know that KH had already crossed. Knows that in the end, the high ground favors him, and HYB will go down with no points.
Great push coming from the side of Ho Xuan, and he's vying for a little bit more. A quick swing of a drive coming from TEO as they desperately need some space to wiggle with, but they are driving towards this trap laid out by their dragons, and it doesn't look all too good right now. In between both YG as well as the dragons, is now they are forced to take either party. YG might be doable here since it's going to be a fair 2v2 trade, but the longer they take, the Changshu Dragons will also march up ahead, so they gotta ensure that this is gonna be a swift finish for either party. Meanwhile, ABC pops out of smoke, instantly being negated by Mix.
Honestly, love how 214 has been approaching this push as well. They were very, very aggressive, but at the same time, pumped the brakes, stopped suddenly, and let the other teams fight first in the top side. But Hive is joining in here. 214 is not out of danger quite yet. Romeo, off angle held, and they want to try and see whether or not they can dip their hands into the cookie jar. TO and CSU are going in for this fight. You could tell that Young Galacticos really want in. They want to steal away this point. Third party is the name of the game here, but they're not necessarily in the best and healthiest of situations either.
Yeah, this is gonna be either really good for Hive or really bad because you could basically have hordes full sending into your compound at any given moment. So how long can they hold out is the question. If they do successfully do so, then I believe that this could be another round for the taking for Hive because they were delivered the zone from the get-go. They never really had to move too far off of Picado, and all they really have to do, play defensively. They don't really have to stretch themselves wide. Whereas those over on the hillside are still having a tough run. It's a lock grid overall. It does seem like those 2 members of YG have yet to settle the scores up against TEO. 214 now, moving up ahead. I don't think that they spotted South at all. So this is a sneaky attempt. They might actually swing for a double here. Oh, he missed the mark, and now he draws the attention of Hive as well. Thankfully, he's not being taken out just yet. He still has that first aid kit and a vehicle for him to book out.
Bushman's angle is really good as well. And throughout all that, BKE already knocked out. But looking consistent, this is also quite a deep run for them as well. Albeit only getting 2 eliminations throughout all of that. Bushwan, the angle has finally been seen here. Goes head to head against Master Ichi. And Godspeed steals away both players for Yango Galacticos, eliminating them a little bit more early than they'd like to be. As Huoxuan, unlucky, put in the damage, but wasn't able to confirm those kills. Must be frustrating, especially since you want to really just launch your team forward with a little bit more of those points.
Oh boy, YG, they crash out with only 1 point of ranking points being secured right here with no drops of takedowns whatsoever. We saw it was a struggle from the get-go, and now the struggle continues on for the rest of the teams. 214 versus MSI, both from the PMNC PH, are trying to dig it out from long range, and within the shack at least, they could basically hold out for cover for the meantime. As for Hive, they finally been visited, and it's none other by Chengshu Dragons by the edge. Couple of nades now being tossed over the corner of Hong's. Meanwhile, right underneath that staircase is where they're going to be hiding out. That is going to be connecting perfectly from the side of Pretzel, and they rush right through, not finding anything at all. A perfect hole from Hive yet again.
It's always gonna be Pretzel as that final member just really saved that day as well. CSU really did try to kind of save away that space that they were able to hold, but Hive, you know, if they want something, they really, really, truly get it. But you still have Hoshan and Tings, the two impact makers for this particular team that's still roaming around. And if these two players don't get found, well, they can definitely make magic. And speaking of magic, Ting is the team or the player that wants to make magic happen. The nade's been lobbed, alerts the members of Hive where he is. Possibly a misplay since you don't have the information where Hive might be positioning as well. And Tings will move out of the way, and through that GC has been eliminated. Tings also will follow suit, leaving CSU with only one final member left.
Yeah, and just look at how well Hive International takes control of their own sector, which definitely showcases to the rest of the party as they say, hey, you guys want to duke it out as well? I mean, feel free to try, because you saw a full squad get sent out by doing so. And what's worse yet, the rest of these teams, they don't have 4 members. TO left with only 1. I mean, even the best squad size right now is Vix, who are occupying the south side. They know that there's just no business for them to march into that territory to be locked in the crosshairs of Hive International. Everyone's just trying their level best to dodge Monboy, dodge range, and the rest of the party. So it is definitely hard for them to really figure out where else could they really go if this is going to be that situation. TO is the next one to falter. Now there's only 5 more teams left. CSU somehow hanging on with only Hoshuan, but he's also being marked by the rest of Vix.
Vix is still very, very alive and healthy. And I think toward the end of the day, the last map or so, they've really started to wake up and just really not only go for survivability, but also somehow take these fights. They are the team with the highest amount of eliminations in this lobby right now with 10. Now, 214 wants to try and challenge in on that. Gets 1 elimination already onto a player of MSI. Clear has a nice space and angle held. But MSI, the only 1 final member left is South. That somehow, I don't know how he's going to be crossing this. If you do run through, Clear should be able to mark you. But okay! It's South that's able to find Clear first, launching MSI into a top 4. What a way to do so.
Wow, beautiful, beautiful. At least that gets the job done for them to score even more points. South also getting spotted out, but thankfully he is just by the corner of the ramp, which gives him slight cover, just about enough to dodge those bullets coming in from Marcus. And like we said it, Vix, a team that we've seen spend a lot of time on the lower rung of the ladder, now fancies an opportunity for a chicken dinner as well to challenge up against Hive International. CSU, 1 member left, could be the thorn of the flesh between these 2 full squads, and there we have it! Jeffrey opens their account, getting a couple of knocks over onto Hive International, and this is go time. They need to full send it, but they're holding back. They need to send it now, or else it will be much harder because the rest of Hive should know where they're coming from. Now it's down to Pretzel. This could very well be it. Vix so far has played the cleanest game of their debut performance in this week 2. And all they really have to do now, not allow them to go for that reset. And somehow they're just taking their sweet time. They should actually make a count that there's only 1 more player from the side of Hive, but they're giving too much respect towards Hive International.
And they should. You have a player such as Pretzel. They're just so good in his 1vx situations. So good for isolated fights. But now, like you said, you gave too much respect. You're giving them that space for reset. You brought Range back into the game. And Range is also one of the scariest players you can see in the server as well. Now, Pretzel as well as Range has decided to just really separate from one another, opting for a pizza cutter cross to be able to play off one another. Regardless, it's still a 2-player deficit for this team. hunkering down. They do have a bit of cover for one of the players. Scythe wants to get a bit more active, and Pretzel shows his hand. So what's Vix's next move?
Yeah, Vix definitely is showing a little sign of hesitation because they do feel like this is going to be a tough battle to actually close out. I mean, this is kind of their own doing, where if they were to actually swarm through, they could have actually made the job a little bit smoother. Now, it is their reluctancy to move right across the street that is kind of costing them that. Mind you, by the time this actually shifts into the direct center, Hive, they got resources for days because they restock coming in from some of the members that will fallen from the side of CSD. So Hive, despite this being a 2 versus 4, they might actually overpower them the more space that is being given, because there's not going to be much cover left for the rest of Vix, and all they really have to do now, Vix, they got to go for that 2-2 formation and just try to muscle their way up against these 2 members of Hive International.
Oh, Pretzel took a lot of space right now, and Marco is barely alive. Runs away with his life. He's out there in the open, and no position for the rest of Vix to go for a trade. A nade to answer back, and Lord X7 quick to react behind cover to go and pick up his teammate. Managing to do so with Jeffrey taking the helm, the tip of the spear, and also that front line. Earlier, Jeffrey was able to win a 1v2 to be able to get his team into a deeper run despite not being able to get that chicken dinner. And Scythe quick with that reposition. The gunfire is loud. They answer back, and Pretzel knocked down already. Range alone. And great work coming in from Vix to make sure that they not only survive till the end, but also get that chicken dinner in the cleanest way possible.
Loving the fact that they have realized that it takes courage to be crowned as champions. And of course, they're not there yet, but this is definitely one big step to leapfrog up ahead. Their first chicken dinner here in week 2. And it's none other than this squad right before our eyes that has worked their level best to have that perfect execution despite a little bit of a holdback where they were being cautious, but definitely they get the job done with another immense chicken dinner under their belt.
Honestly, insane looking at them. They were already on a rampage from the beginning of this map all the way till the end. They were farming numbers of eliminations throughout the entirety of this map. Scythe in particular will be the one leading in terms of numbers. 5 knockouts also equivalent to 5 eliminations, which means that every single pickoff he got was a confirmed kill. Marcus put himself out there in the open with 4 eliminations just now. And I have to say, him being out in the open gave them a bit of info and idea where Pretzel might be. And how they reacted from that info has been commendable. Honestly, I was very happy seeing Jeffrey putting in those big hero plays earlier. I thought to myself, is it a possibility of seeing Jeffrey doing it all? But no, every single member truly stepped up in Vix.
Team Vanix have their first ever pop-off performance, their first chicken dinner in the league so far, making this a massive debut moving into week 2. So that's a total of 13 elimination points where they just conquered the entire sector of the graveyard, and then they were just swinging at whatever moves from the edges. But we see it's a long standoff for them to clear out Hive International by the very end. Of course, we talk about the respect being given, but eventually they get the job done, which was what mattered the most. Another great performance coming from Chengshu Dragons to move into the top 4 with only one member left, but I think the most impressive was 214. This is a roster that's been a veteran here in Miramar, and they are just shining bright this time around.
Yeah, Scythe with the 5 elims this time around. He was active, moving around the area. He was on a vehicle. He was moving forward. There were some really insane rounds as well. He was able to just really jump out of the vehicle and still get those pickoffs as well. Very, very fun seeing how this guy plays. Also really cool in terms of how decisive he is when he wants to go in for these fights. Regardless, coming into this game as well, it does also tell us a little bit of an idea on what we can expect for this team. We started off the day with Vix being at the very bottom of the ladder. They were struggling to figure out maybe a team identity or how they wanted to push, how they wanted to play. But as the day went by, they started to understand what they wanted. They started to be on that same page. There was no offering themselves for 1v1s. There was a lot of respect given to the other teams as well, which resulted in this very, very beautiful map from them as well. 23 points in total, one of the highest scores we've seen today as well compared to the rest. Hive only with 13, but at the same time, tying themselves together with 214, that was also a little bit more quiet throughout the entirety of the day as well. CSU once again slotting themselves into that top 4, which also shows a little bit more what we can expect from this team as well, because clearly any team currently at the bottom are not to be underestimated.
I certainly agree with you. We saw those big moments coming from even teams like Seven Sky. Despite this time, they got caught out really early on. You could also argue the case where even YG, they didn't really have much that could be gotten coming out of this round of Miramar. So as it stands at the moment, Hive, like you said, will be unmoved from that top position. But now, sitting up there with 86 points, this is already higher than the usual threshold of margins when you play a 5-round to 6-round format. So maybe by the end of the night, if they do get a win, they could basically just get the triple digit sorted out within the span of the day, which is pretty crazy to think about. Meanwhile, the rest of the party, we are looking at YG here. They only back 1 point from the last round, making it a lot doable for the side of MSI to now play catch up, and CSU to continue on their streak to really finish off strong into the top 4. So we've only got one more match remaining for this evening. Tomorrow we still got a whole lot more. So in a couple more minutes is where we'll send you into the final match of day 1, week 2 here at PUBG Mobile Challengers League.
And we're here at the last map of the day, Miramar. The last two maps, if you ask me, were a surprise. Who thought the teams at the very bottom of the ladder could just really come back and rally back? This is a different kind of mental tenacity that we are seeing, because in this situation, this high pressure situation, you gotta have this mentality that you're able to go next. CSU and VIX definitely showed us that today.
Yeah, and I definitely think that gives this gives them a lot more confidence to propel ahead, because the grand final spots awaits them if they're daring enough to push through, if they're daring enough to claim what is rightfully theirs. And we saw it. They fought tooth and nail from Cheongju Dragons all the way down to VIX. They've been able to do it. We'll see who's next, because we're down for our final match of this evening, and we head down to Miramar once again.
Please give us a map where we see teams such as maybe GC to really come online, ABC to just really, I don't know, destroy the heroes. Give me a different story, because we've been able to get that in the last two maps. Trajectory of the flight all the way down from Valdemar to Torre Alhumada, which means that every single team and player should be able to drop by where they'd like to. It was a bit of a slower start in that previous map as well, because it was a little bit more of a centralized situation, but boy did it amp up toward the later stages.
That's true. And overall, when you mentioned some of all these names, ABC last week, there was a clip that I saw from Sir Cloud when he was casting where there was a 1v for a moment that they did manage to actually clinch. And you see, they do have that potential. I do believe that all these troubles that a lot of these teams have was just mental block overall on certain ideation. How do they rotate? How do they move around the map? How do they take some battles? And once that's cleared up, you can see that any team at any given moment can be a threat even to the toughest lobbies out there. So now, taking a look at how this one will fare, we are moving slightly further north from where we were. So plenty of options out there. It could still be around that Hacienda to be the center point for them to play things out. Last we saw, there was a battle there. It does seem like it has subsided for a little bit. But what's pretty much interesting to note is that GC, they're around that vicinity, so perhaps they're looking to lurk around and strike some of the teams that are inbound across the Martin. We'll hope to see maybe a little bit of action, but we're not expecting too many at the very least. So as we go in for a steady start, BKE, they're just walking right through to take up a challenge up against Crazy Ying, but he's got the Mini 14 at the ready.
Yeah, Crazy Ying, we had a hero moment from him earlier as well, but now he's on fire and just waiting in the wings. Need to be careful not to show his hand a bit too far as he swings, but he's so very low. Spyro can just go in for a massive swing. It's completely take him out here, but the window of opportunity is gone. Crazy Ying is able to go for this reposition, rendezvousing with his teammates, and they have a crossfire setup as well in case anything were to happen. But still, his position a bit more far away from the likes of the rest. So, if he does go down here, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for Spyro to confirm the kill.
And it looks like the rest of GC is also storming through the gates, clearing one after another. And the rest of them follow suit to claim 3 points in a row. It does seems like BKE has no response whatsoever. I believe they did not pick up the right tools or weapons in order to try for a trade. So it's only one left, and that's going to be Swam. What can he do at this point in time? I mean, it's a little too early. We're also seeing Time Esports getting involved.
It's really good that we're seeing these early fights as well, which means that each team is still very hungry and also very, very opportunistic. Great opening by Crazy Ying as well, but DOS will be the one to find that opportunistic angle to get a knockdown. But Renix Tova is not trying to let that go unanswered. Managing to get a little bit of HP down for the other player. They sent Dale to be the front or at least the tip of the spear. And Neil is very, very scary. High impact, high firepower player. And if they're not aware, he can just quickly come in through the area, get 2 pickoffs, and still get away unscathed. And GC, understanding this, decides to go for a pivot into a different angle and space, and decides to play a little bit more closer with one another. But Hash is still close by. Doss has a nice high angle to work with. So GC, you're gonna have to hunker down and just wait this out. But instead, they decide against that. They decide to really move away, and we have an aggressive car chase super early with Wako with a nice spray coming through here, but Kim zigzags away to safety, somehow managing to dodge all of the bullets, drops down here, but still gets clipped in the end. A bit of a very unfortunate situation, and GC only 3 eliminations left, probably bit off more than they can chew.
Yeah, they were not really allowed too much time to really reset, to even know what's really coming from behind, and time took that golden moment to just chase them down. And I love the fact that they were just constantly putting on that pressure towards the point that if he's not going to get the shot through the vehicle, that vehicle is going to blow up anyways. So Bill fully executed from the side of time to gain 4 points, knocking out GC. And the most peculiar part of this is that the final member of BKE somehow walks away scot-free. And he is still undetected at this moment, so that moment will slide from the side of Time Esports. Well, we do have a potential altercation as well. KE as well as TO side by side, but the rest of TO, they're just lurking around. Certainly they do know that they are around because they heard some engines roaring from these corners, which is why Astro is being sent out to maybe give it a little bit of a check. But from this angle on, I don't think that KE has to overcommit, because this is already a great point for them to actually hold out. And now we will basically see the dust settle for quite a bit. So going through team after teams, I think Hype has been having a good start. Towards the later stages of the day, they've been rather silent. I hope to actually see a lot more out of them, because Yu was actually great in a lot of all these duels that he had. And moving into the later stages, if we see maybe a little bit coming out of Genji, but other than that, not that great of a run that they had so far this evening.
I think we're gonna see the same sort of slow. I mean, we had a little bit of an early fight, right? But that was the same story from the previous map as well. And from how the teams are rotating right now, we are gonna be seeing the same thing happen again. Because after all, this is sort of a similar circle after all. It's toward San Martin, Power Grid, Crater Fields as well. So everyone's just really hunkering down. A majority of teams are already inside of the zone. There are a few of the later stragglers, OV as well as VIX are some of them as well. They're still so far out. Since they are a little bit more further out of the circle, I would really like to see a fight come through between them as well. After all, VIX has shown us nothing but brilliance, and I would like to see more of that from them as well, since they were able to farm quite a number of eliminations that last game. I believe they got, 13 eliminations or so, which is one of the highest we've seen today as well.
That's true. And of course, those numbers absolutely help them, of course, propel all the way up to the top 5 position. All they really got to do right now is maybe add 3 to 5 points to the tally to ensure that they are above 2-4. BKE with only 1 member left so early on, I don't think they will have the biggest impact, unless you tell me that a miracle is going to happen where BKE moves into somehow a top 3 finish. Then it will pose a threat to VIX's current position at the very least. But for the moment, they do have a little bit of reprieve. As for YG, great first 3 matches, and then we have that downward spiral moving into Miramar, where they only got 1 point from the past map. Now, Small is loading himself up with a potential M249, opts to switch it up to a QBZ, a little bit more of a steady spraying weapon, and it definitely does him good, as we saw. Smile definitely needs a lot of bullets to basically expend altogether. YG stocks up plenty of it as they slowly crawl through the openings of Crater Fields, and it does seem like stage 2, we see a new circle popping up. YG is just by the edge, coming in from the northwest, whereas we are looking at a lot of crowd already by the corners of St. Martin.
If we could know how YG plays, you're gonna just see them just really hang around Crater Fields, having Mernat and maybe say Cloud be in that front line. It's something that they like to do usually. And they've gotten a lot of, I would say, advantage from it as well. Catching rotators, being able to steal away pickoffs in the middle of fights as well. So wouldn't be surprised to just really hunker down here and just let the rest of the pack go through to the middle side of the area. After all, they do have to go downwards toward that middle area, which means that you don't have a lot of high ground to work with. There's still a lot of stragglers that haven't even rotated in here. Now, Tio, I'm sure they're aware there's a player close by. Just can't really pick off where they're going to be. He knows where his teammates are, should be able to feed that info. But you saw a glimpse of Say Clouds just slowly moving away, not wanting to show their hand too soon. And well, for ABC and OV, this is the fight that I was really expecting to happen, since ABC is a little bit inside of the zone compared to the rest of OV. Could go for a clash here. Vix could take a big opportune moment to join in, since they are a little bit more outside of the zone where these two are about to just clash. Regardless, I think OV is going to relent. And ABC should be given free passage to go a little bit deeper into the zone.
And speaking of which, we already see another one commencing here with HYB as well as Time. Just wall to wall at this moment. This tussle doesn't seem like it is erupting in a big manner, so it is just a little bit of a feel of how things go. But Ashi has already climbed all the way upwards. He might be able to actually get himself a little something in return with those angles. Hash, he still could not really plow through those blocks of smoke. Yudo, now with Big Nate, goes for a tap, goes wide. And it is just a little bit of ring around the rosy for either side of the party, because they don't really get to really have too much space to squeeze out from. But Dale goes in for some random taps.
No.
SOK finds one. Man, let's actually get another as does. Gets a clip done onto himself all the way from above. But the moment he steps in, Hash goes down.
Oh man, Kotuo as well tries to salvage the situation here with Dale leading the charge. Very, very labored sprays come through, and Dale once again heavy-handed to save the team. Can always rely on this guy to get those crucial pickoffs, as the rest of HYB get completely knocked out of the lobby. An early one for them as well. They didn't get any elimination, stuck at 17. So that is what they'll be starting off the day tomorrow with. Now looking at positions, KE smack dab in the middle of the circle. Yango Galacticos finally made their way down off the Crater Fields and unscathed on top of that as well. As CSU, we saw them fairly safe toward the northern side earlier, since no one really came through that north area. They were able to get safe a passage into at least the first two circles. But now, since they're a little bit more later, they're gonna have to take this fight. MSI could potentially be a victim. And also, even I believe it was CSU in front of them as well. Not too sure who MSI would decide to take this fight against. They really need to pick and choose who they want to go all in against. Because if they do aggravate the other team on the other end, they could potentially get pincered.
Indeed, and I just love how explosive Time Esports is. Going back to that fight, it was a nail biter because it went down to 1v1, and it was unfortunate for the side of Hype members, because they didn't manage to secure any of all those 3 knocks that they've acquired. They just needed one more finishing touch, or at least just basically claim a couple of points before they go down. And also, fortunately for Time Esports, that there were no other teams being around the vicinity, or else they could not actually afford a reset. Meanwhile, MSI catches one out. Another member stranded in the open, but a couple of straight shots does actually send them scrambling for some space, and Effie still gets the job done.
Yeah, Magic was just trying to get away with his life. I was a bit worried that he wasn't able to get that crucial knockdown. And also a kill, just really confirmed the elimination. He gets it in the end. Really good with that gun to be able to get those really great sprays. And from that far as well, it's just really good. And it looks like for MSI, they're just getting active all around here. Whoever that's rotating away will be shot at as well. And you know, they're the epitome of how I say you miss all the shots you don't take, and you still try to spray a player in a vehicle from far away as well. Who knows, you might get lucky and still get that elimination point. But they are going to be making a beeline straight into the zone as well. And they're just going side by side here. SNK hoping to run away unscathed. And you say looking to deny that from happening. But NSK is just saying, sorry, SNK is just hoping to just say, nah, we don't really want anything to do with this. Let's just get in there as safely as we can. MSI be damned. So both teams should make it in the end. But SNK with a deeper, I would say, placement into the zone means that they are a little bit more further away from MSI's one. And I think they've managed to even secure a compound.
True enough, and overall, there's just plenty of all the space that they could play from the outskirts. And yeah, just looking at how SNK rotates is very sketchy. The way that they are just driving out of open space, you're basically wanting other teams to basically make a draw of bullets directly onto them, which was why I think FB just basically full committed as well, because he knows this is pretty much workable. Well, this is going to be the zone that what we are suspected to close inside of St. Martin, where we're seeing at least 7 teams inside the city itself. By the outskirts, we still see teams like YG, MSI over the southern quarter of that, which we last saw, but it's been rather quiet coming from the side of Observation Esports. They took the slow approach as they are slowly emerging from the southwest. We'll see whether if they will impact anything at all later on, but 2-1-4, another hefty attempt coming from down under. Hive International adding 2 more to the tally as well. Very unlucky run for the side of BKE members. ABC also getting struck down swiftly. It's only one member that's going to be healthy for the time being. I'm not even certain whether if he could actually go in for the rescue. While Vix having Lord to be able to go in for a little bit of trade-off, but he gets caught in return. So not much that you could do about this situation when you're challenging Hive, who's taking 3 compounds at a go.
Yeah, I mean, when you have that much space, you have the high ground and multiple trajectories to play with, you are going to be in a position where you have this information, a vantage point, a bird's eye view, if you may. And they're doing so much damage to anyone that crosses the area as well. It's a good thing and a good call to hold on to that spot, mostly because there's a lot of people rotating through, there's a lot of people crossing over as well. It is right by that road as well. And in this situation, the only thing that can really displace them, if you ask me, is going to be a zone shift. It's not going to be easy, especially since if they are only hunkering at the top side. Yango Galacticos, if you guys can see that kill feed, they're still northern side. They're still trying to play off that terrain as well. Not having a compound isn't necessarily a bad thing either. Granted that they have a little bit more wiggle space to reposition and move around the map compared to being in a compound. But looking how it is right now, since a majority of players are inside of compounds, I don't think it's going to be a shift up until the zone shifts as well. Perhaps you can get a little bit of fight outside. I think teams such as Time and BKE are on those compounds that are a little bit more on the lower side, so they can still, I think, cross each other. But ABC getting locked out here. Just so unlucky. They did push through into the zone, but now this high angle held by Jan Boy and the pressure held by him as well is making it so hard for them to even move. Yes, there's cover fire and also answer back from them as well, but his teammates are also here. So in this situation, you can't really do much, and Hive is in a great position to steal away these eliminations if it does happen.
Yeah. Overall, Hive, they've got plenty of coverage from the top end of the kill side around the entire urban setting at the very same time. So it is definitely a tough position for either side of these teams to really challenge. I'm glad that ABC, they did manage to get themselves sorted out for the very least, where the commotion has stopped for the moment, but it is Clay Jr. hoping to toss a random nade into that tiny little hole that these members of ABC is hiding under. And that attracts every single attention coming from range to know for the fact that the entirety of Observation Esports is playing through that hillside. A little bit of a shift still covers some sector of St. Martin, but it absolutely favors Hive International. Seven Sky could still play from that position as well, whereas for the rest of the squads, they probably gotta shift into the next compound deeper into the zone if they could. But KE, this might just be their golden moment. That is a power position that they're playing from. The top end of that hillside is going to be one that is really hard to actually challenge for those who's coming inside the city. So I want to keep my eyes on them towards the late game to see if they can pull it off. Whereas MSI, Another long-range attempt as they go blow for blow. It doesn't seem like FV is going to be able to land it all too perfectly, but it definitely alerts the rest of Observation Esports that this is one place that they cannot challenge. But as much as they could, they would try to keep the rest of MSI in bait, but it was only FV who's currently hugging by the corner, and they need to fight through in order to get that space into the zone.
They could just really take this one by one. Maybe go through Vix's compound, take that fight against Vix. It is a bit more covered. Could potentially be keep the rest of Hive at bay before they decide on how exactly they want to rotate over later. That's exactly what's going to be happening here. They've set up those smokes, they're sending out those nades, but nothing is truly clipping. And Scythe looking to answer back with a nade of his own. Doesn't spot anyone quite yet. No answers or sounds either. MSI truly taking their time with how exactly they want to approach this fight. Now the silence as Clay Jr. barely alive. You hear a lot of gunfire toward him as well. We saw it. Goes for the heal. He doesn't have a lot of utility to work with either. So he has to really pick and choose how exactly he wants to approach this. Now MSI finally breaks into Vix's compound. They rush through. A spray to come out, but nothing really crippling or happening. But the rally back from MSI is massive. Knocking out Vix early. Stopping their potential streak.
Oh boy. That was a real good timely charge coming from MSI, and Misfits, they wasted no time. They know that they just gotta quickly claim some of these areas before the blue zone approaches, and they also get a tag from all the way across, connecting towards Observation Esports. Though I do think that there is ample space that Observation can still go in for those pickups, but message pretty much clearly sent towards OV. Whereas Hive International feeling absolutely comfortable. They see teams just locking horns and they are just about to butt in. Smokes just for a safety measure for the meantime as Rex goes in for the pickup. But that vehicle's already being blown up. So if this is going to be the case where if Observation Esports will have to rotate, this is going to dampen their hopes from moving much deeper because they also do have Hive to worry about.
Ramon does send out some shots toward the players of OV. OV seem really undeterred. They've really been taking their time here. Clay Jr. somehow, from barely alive, still sticking around in that little crater. Hasn't been moved at all. Now the circle finally shifts here. So Hive will eventually have to vacate their premises and rotate into the area. There is one player, I think it was Ramon, that is fairly, I would say, safe inside of the area. KE still unmoved. And Yellow Galacticos just really taking their time. CSU as well are the closest to KE. I wouldn't be surprised if the fight does happen eventually. CSU in prime position to wrestle away control of that building from that team. Now, OV finally in trouble. The ABC hiding in the wings quietly. Just letting 214 put in that pressure. Could be a great position for them to steal away points instead of fully committing for its all-in fights, potentially losing more players in the team.
Yeah, at the very least, there's plenty of natural coverage coming in for Observation Esports, where they could just go into some of the dips and not to be contested by any other teams, or perhaps I may even say player, because Moang is just trying his level best to camouflage, but I don't think that's helping out. He's just trying to get cover from the tree. Well, there's a big blowout with MSI pushing right through as they challenge the rest of Hive International. Are they all too prepared? Doesn't seem like quite likely, but still big damage being done. Two members already on their knees from the side of Hive International. FE looks to chime in as well. He's the only member left as he storms right through with the smokes now being set up, but he's got no vision whatsoever up against Raymond or even Pretzel. They're going for that pickup. Well,
oh gosh,
just know for the fact that he's just outside. Only one gets the trade, and now down to 1v1 for FV.
Oh no, and he walks straight into Pretzel's nade. And I have to say, Pretzel is great at just really predicting where the pushes are going to happen as well. So he just sent it there, blows his teammate to smithereens. I have to say, Hive, A lot of layering coming through here just to be able to give space to his teammates to be able to go for that revive. Now, the fight between KE and CSU finally breaks out. It took a whole 5 minutes to happen, but you know what? We finally get it in the end. CSU, not the best of positions either. They have a terrain to work with. They pop their head out, and suddenly they're out there in the open, as opposed to KE. They have a little bit more space, but Master D2K says, you know what? Doesn't matter about that space. I'm going out here in the open. But Huo Xuan, they didn't account for him. The player that's able to find so many off angles to play off his teammates. Huge stuff coming from him, which really puts a dampener to KE's side.
Oh, great swing coming in from Peng as the rest of CSU find even more to chop right through the top end of the hill. KE now retaliating, coming up with a big nade as well. But can he deal with the rest of CSU? They tried to go in for a recovery, taking now on the pickup, but there is a nade onto Devon, flushes him out of position. I see a random nade hitting his head as well. CSU, clean work, adding up a total of 6 points as the rally continues inside of St. Martin. It is just absolute pandemonium by the urban finish. It does seem like they're running out of time, running out of space, and thus, I'm not sure if he can count it too, but he's got 40 over seconds to make his way out to the streets, and by then, what happens for the rest of Time Esports? They're just making sure that they get themselves a little bit of safety net, but there's just too much commotion happening that they could not really see through it. So, right at this moment, Seven Sky, they're still holding firm. You could say the same about Hive International, but that zone still gives some of these teams inside the city some slight leeway just by the edge of the city.
It's so interesting just now. KE left the premises and the compound and gave away that space, put themselves out in the open where CSU was able to fully overwhelm. Now, in terms of positioning, most teams are hunkered down toward the western side of that map. So it's going to be very interesting to see how exactly these fights are going to go. Yango Galacticos got a free reign throughout this entirety of this map. They took their time coming into the circle. They took their time really taking up that space as well, leaving all of these teams on the right side to go for these fights. Seven Sky, they were really hunkered down and comfortable earlier, now uncomfortable, especially since Min did manage to get a knockdown here, hoping to go for that pickup, but Min playing super close, wasn't aware there's a cross coming through from the other side, and suddenly is looking from bad to worse for 214. This is what greed looks like, and Mix is going to have to try and remedy things. Takes a lot of damage from that nade, barely alive, barely even breathing, but he's still so very brave. But Seven Sky, braver and ready for it. Rebello, Happens just really saved the whole team. And now they have to go for a reset. Good for them as well, since they have a bit more space. But CSU is currently on a rampage. 10 eliminations already. And they're getting super active around the map.
Yeah, this is the best form that we've seen coming out of CSU so far. And there's just more for them to fry up with those nades tossed right down under. Wako's got no more space. He's now forced by the blue, but he's not bowing out just yet. But the clips coming in from Sky High gets them all the way down. But it's still a top 5 finish regardless. And now, with a couple more remaining, the next one to be on the chopping block is going to be a Hive International. With a decent enough attempt with that massive hole inside the city, sees them finish 5th. Yangon Galacticos, they had the upper hand by taking up this quarter of the map since there wasn't KE present. But that nade out of nowhere, St. Cloud puts a dampener onto the Dragons.
Oh, that's huge. Reading where the nade is going to go and answering back is just diabolical. Now Peng wants to go in for his own here. Gonna toss that out. The players of Young Galacticos great to just really move away from it, but did take a bit of damage. Doesn't stop them at all, since Romeo is on fire. Peng knocked down already. The rest of the team decides to just fall back here and go for a reset. After all, it is the top 4. ABC has somehow managed to slip their way here quietly. Somehow undetected at all, despite all of the pressure they faced in the beginning of the game. Huoshan gonna try and find where the member of Seven Sky is. Gonna be able to go in for that early peak. The strafes are there, and Huoshan is just a little bit faster, barely surviving by the skin of his teeth, but has to be super aware there's still many players from Seven Sky still alive.
Plenty of it, while the rest of them are also keeping their hands pretty much subdued because there is going to be some slight pressure coming from the other edge. Nate's now being tossed out over in the open space. They spot out the final member of ABC. Lasted long enough for a top 4, but now pressure onto Qingshu Dragon. After quite the fight that they had up against Yangon Galacticos, they are wearing out pretty much 10 at the moment. Romeo now goes in for that duel. Couple attacks will do wonders. Yangon Galacticos on the high ground to challenge up against Seven Sky on the 3 versus 2. This is very likely to see Yangon Galacticos back on top as they now propel up ahead. But this is going to be a steep descent. Are they going to send it though, or just wait out for those 2 members? Nope, they're not going to let them deny themselves. They're just going to full send it right now, marching through the gates.
Nice shot.
And there we have it. Smile tagging one more. Barely anything left to do here. Sky High falters, and this will be Smile claiming the final chicken dinner of the night for Yangon's double for day 1, week 2.
Great work coming in from Yangon Galacticos for this particular map. A lot more quiet, a lot more passive compared to the beginning of the day. And this, I would say, kind of like style coming in from them, knowing when to slow down and knowing when to go aggressive is just really, really good. Because they know that it's not really a one-style play fits all moment. Sometimes, if the circle doesn't favor you, you really gotta just really buy your time. And for them, it's about being able to hold on to this really, really deep high ground toward the northern side of the map, slowly move forward while still having that presence onto that high ground, stealing away an elimination or 2. I think before that first top, I think the last few circles, they only had 3 eliminations before they finally full sent it all the way till the end. Mernat looking really good with 5 eliminations already, really sniffing around the map, really finding those stragglers and stealing away some eliminations. A lot of those teams are already weakened. Those 2-player teams, those 1-player teams, Mernat was able to conquer.
Yeah, and overall, a massive display of tenacity as well to be able to bounce back from some tough runs, especially back in the first round of Miramar that they played through. They did not receive much, and you see them just stepping up once again to claim themselves a victory. Let's check out the highlights as we slowly break it down to you right after this.
All right, coming into this top 4, I'm glad to see that, you know, the teams that have started to really wake up once again. But CSU just showing us that they are currently not only streaking, but showing us consistency on how they wanted to play. 2 players on the team are the impact makers, but the other 2 provide so much support. Very fun seeing how they play. Just discover their identity of a team throughout the entirety of the day. Seven Sky as well, really going in on that trajectory as well. Super cool seeing that from them as well. As Hive and Yango Galacticos, the 2 mainstays, still making it all the way till the end.
Yeah, there's such a good showing coming on all 4 of the teams that are displayed to us by the tail end of it, and especially for both Seven Sky as well as CSU, we start to see them thrive after game 4 of that very final round of Wrangle is where they start popping off, and they start to realize this is just so doable. I hope that we get to see a lot more of this tomorrow. And of course, back towards the side of YG, Renat, he has finally gotten his moment because we see a lot of the rest of what the rest of the team could do. But when he pops off, he makes damn sure that he's going to be all the way up top with a total of 5 elimination points. His damage numbers maybe not as high as per usual because they were basically having some slow play coming in from the corners of Crater Fields, but it's more of the timely manner that they actually arrived at the scene, because if they went in sooner, there will be plenty more of that pressure, and they made sure that they subdue all their opponents out there. But the moment that they did manage to clear a bulk of those CSU members, it was almost pretty much guaranteed that they will walk away with the chicken dinner, and hence why that's a total of 21 points. Of course, with both placements as well as eliminations, this will be able to give them a little bit more of that firm challenge to go up ahead to maybe contest for highest position tomorrow.
Yeah, looking really good from all of these teams, actually. Another team that I think didn't manage to show up toward the end was VIX, that had a pretty good streak, so it does drop them all the way down to 6th place, but still a commendable play coming in from this middle side. Now you can see that 10 point deficit between CSU and MSI, and I think over 10 toward MSI and 214 as well. So 5th all the way to, I believe, TO. You know what, throw it all the way to GC, are a little bit more competitive, where it can just swap at any moment possible. A little bit surprised looking at HYB as well as KE and SNK as well, because one thing's for sure though, these teams, they did show us moments of brilliance, but they weren't able to just really clinch out so many of these fights. GC still managing to just really surprise us all the way to the end. Anyways, we still have our daily MVP. It's gonna be Pretzel after all, and for good reason. This guy just farms eliminations. Average elimination for this guy is 3.7, which is almost a whole squad in each round if you think about it.
Wow.
And 2.3 average knockouts. This guy is not only the GOAT, but also the guy that I would give so much respect if I were to see him even in a 1v3 situation.
Yeah, I absolutely do agree when you basically put things to perspective on how well he takes trades. Could you call it a trade when he's never going down? He's just basically mauling players left, right, center, and overall, he's just been having a field day out from those rounds from Rondo. They start getting that momentum, and it doesn't seem like they've ever left maybe only one or two rounds towards the end of the day where they start to lose a little bit of steam, but overall, he's been able to really put Hive International on the map for most part. So he's definitely Mr. Reliable for Hive International, and we expect a lot coming out for the rest of the week as well, because if day one looks this good for Hive, can you imagine how many more chicken dinners they could basically accomplish over the span of the week itself? So definitely astonishing of what is being offered, but of course, big surprise today. You know, our predictions are just slightly off, but of course, we still got a couple of rights along the way. So that being said, Chengshu Dragons, this is definitely a huge pop-off performance for them for claiming not only a chicken dinner, but multiple top 4 finishes.
Yeah, looking really good toward the second half of the ASL, which is why I always say that you can never put teams away from thought as well, because they're able to climb back on that second half. Regardless, that is all from us today. Thank you guys so much for watching, and day 2 will be coming tomorrow, same time, same place with me and Contra. So please come back and support your favorite teams. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night, guys.